Welcome to live coverage of the 2025 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky.
And a pleasant good morning from a beautiful moving day, day number 2 of the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. So we do our flyover over the signature par 3, 15th. Here at the Bellefonte Country Club. Good morning, everyone. I'm James Collier. Happy to have you along with us here as our golfers are out on the course. All of our ladies have teed off, and some have already started making the turn as they got off early this morning at 7 a.m. No fog today as we had yesterday. So the course is crowded with plenty of players, and this is a cut event. So it is moving day of players trying to find their way around of where they're going to be to try to get a chance to come back here and play for the championship tomorrow. So checking on our leaderboards in just a little bit. Our boys leader, Daniel He, has not teed off. He goes off in about 20 minutes. Shot a 6 under 64 yesterday. Talon Bean and Ben Cowgill go off after him, both of them at 4 under. Griffin Huckabee's out on the course. He's 3 under for the day, 2 under for the round, has moved into 4th. As we go to the 10th tee with our ladies making the turn. We do have pictures to clarify today, so we should be able to identify players as they are teeing off. So that's going to be a little bit better for us this afternoon as well. This is our 8:40 tee time. That was Sadie Goodman that just teed off right there in your screen. This is the par 5 10th. Playing 467 for the ladies. A very gettable hole. Okay, over to hole number 3 now. And a different angle from this hole as the pin was up in the front corner yesterday. Today, all the way in the back. And for the boys playing a little bit longer than that 140 posted. This is our 10:30 tee time of Briar Murphy, Bryant Stevens, and Evian Liu. And that was Liu that was putting there with the long putt. Now Briar Murphy out of Prosper, Texas. One of the youngest players in the field this year. Class of 2030. So a new decade will roll through when he graduates high school. Again, age restrictions 12 to 19 to be able to be a member of the field. Again, all players playing 36 holes will make a cut, and then championship Friday. And a nice putt there at 3 by Briar Murphy. And now Bryant Stevens, local kid from Russell and Flatwoods, class of 2028. And a nice roll for him there as well. So good finishes at 3. And now let's go on to the 12th. And pinned kind of up in that front left corner today. It was more in the back of the green yesterday, but a very long hole. It plays uphill, so it adds about 7 to 10 yards depending on the wind when you're making your shot. Some of the tee times, the pictures we had, they were in long sleeves this morning, so We're trying to identify some as we go through. That one jumps over the green, and that one's going to be a tough shot coming back up. That's the last place on 12 that you want to go is over the green. That one did stick. It was over in the far corner. I couldn't see it. That's my mistake. So both balls on. And now Angela Ling out of Bridgewater, New Jersey, will hit her shot. Most of the ladies hitting a hybrid of some form or a wood. That's a good shot there that's going to come settled in. So 3 birdie putts coming up at 12 for the ladies out of the 8:10 tee time this morning. All right, let's jump into our leaderboards and check in with that since we have a moment as we just get in the starting phases of day number 2. So the leaderboard for the ladies, Meadow Tien, Madison Koshko, and Athena Singh, they are in the same grouping. Tien is at even par for the tournament. She is 3 over today after shooting a 268 yesterday. Madison Koshko and Athena Singh are both 2 over today. Both of those were at even par yesterday. Serena Wu has moved into a tie for second. Wu yesterday shot a 2 over 72, and she is sitting at even par for this morning's early round. Regina Liu is at even par after shooting a 5 over 75 yesterday. She sits in 5th. Then Grace Gao alone in 6th at 6 over. Audrey Zhao, Eva Lim, Angela Ling, and Maya Claffey rounds out your girls' leaderboard here in the early parts of day number 2. All right, let's go out to 7 now. A new look at this hole today, the par 3 on the back part of the golf course. We've added a couple of new holes in today, 6 and 7. We'll be able to bring some coverage from number 9 a little bit later on as well today. So every hole on the golf course gets coverage with the exception of hole number 8. Every year we have covered every single hole except for hole number 8, and it's just so difficult to get back to number 8. It does not lend itself well to cellular service and being able to get connection back to it. So that's the reason we never end up with number 8. Greens were starting to speed up yesterday, and I think with the sun and a little bit of breeze today, they're going to continue to increase the speed. And I talked with the superintendent for the golf course of Mark Harper a couple of days ago, and one of the things he talked about was they mowed the greens before the day before yesterday. Then they mowed them again yesterday morning and rolled them. They're going to do it again today. They're going to continue to try to increase the speed of these greens as this tournament moves along. But as we get the wind, the sun, it's going to firm these greens up, and it's really going to, where yesterday they were able to throw it at the pin, and some of the pin placements tomorrow, they're going to be deadly. This is our 9:30 tee time for the boys. And this is Jake Holzer out of Louisville, Kentucky. Just rolls that one a little bit short of the cup. So he'll finish things out. And now Quebec, Canada's William Bellefonte line up for what we believe would be all 3 par putts here. We were a little bit late getting over to this hole, but and that one lips out. And we saw that a lot yesterday of balls as with the green starting to pick up pace of picking up speed and lipping out. So now Hudson Grace out of Texas, the Woodlands. Easy to find him. He's got that big Texas logo on that baseball cap. And a nice roll there by him. So Hudson Grace finishes out there at 7. Let's go to the first tee box. This is our 11:10 tee time. Will Jones out of Moorhead, Kentucky, out of Rowan County High School. Hole 1, a very gettable birdie hole. And a lot of these guys, the way they hit it, they will give themselves a very easy approach shot in to go get eagle on hole number 1. Then our final tee shot here. Out of Canton, Jordan, is Griffin Latimer. All right, let's take an overview of number 1. Well, we'll come back to it in just a second. We go back out to hole number 6 now. Fresh look at this hole. This is hole 7. Yeah, that's hole 7. I was like, that's not the angle the 6 is in. That can't be hole 6. That is hole 7, the par 3. 6 has the giant bunker in front of her. This group here, if this is, they're way behind schedule. Okay, we go out to the 4th hole. This is from the United Rentals Tower Cam. This is our 10:30 group of Briar Murphy, Bryant Stevens, and Yvonne Liu. So this is Briar Murphy out of Prosper, Texas. Trying to flop that one up and getting it to sit down. And again, that downhill slope, that ball's going to trickle. He'll have an uphill putt coming back. Excuse me, my mistake. That was actually Bryant Stevens. Briar Murphy is the one that is walking down next to the pin. And now this is Yvonne Liu out of Jensen Beach, Florida. Let's see if he learned anything off of the chip from his counterpart. And you do as I do. And they're going to share almost the similar putts coming back up. Now his is gone. There it goes down the slope and off the green. And that's something that we didn't see a lot yesterday. The greens picking up that pace with the ball going. So Getting our first group at 18. That's our early morning group of Morgan Kennedy, Melody Liu, and Kexon Zhang. Again, we got started on time this morning, unlike yesterday when it was an hour 15 tardy. But it is very muggy outside. That is one thing today that I will say that you can tell a difference between what we had yesterday is what we have today. It is much more of a muggy air than what we had. So now Yvonne Liu trying to come back up the hill after chipping this one all off the green. It looks like he's right at the collar of the fringe. Gives this one a pretty good run and burns it some 3-4 feet past the hole. So we have some work to do to try to stay away from a big number here at 4. Now the youngster Briar Murphy down the slope. Didn't get it above the hole enough, and he'll have to tap that one in to finish things out. Now Bryant Stevens. Good run there, but never got it above the hole. So he'll probably be giving one back here at 4. And now Yvonne Liu will try to clean things up here after his chip went all the way across the green. His putt came back past the hole, and this is what he's got left here. And a nice putt there from Liu. All right, let's step out for a break. We'll verify all of our updated leaderboards, and we'll come back out and get you out on the course. This is the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, live from the Bellefonte Country Club on Cool TV.
Good morning, Isabella.
Hi, David.
Back for your morning routine?
Clark's Refresh Rewards program is something you'll flip for.
Hey, Isabella. Hi, Annabelle.
Donut?
Don't forget the sprinkles. Cream and sugar.
Download our app today and enjoy all of the rewards. No flipping required.
Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Borders Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Borders Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
We go to hole number 1. It's should be our 11:20 tee time. This is Alex Lee, Daniel He, our leader, and Shepard McKenzie. This is Alex Lee. Lee out of Northbrook, Illinois, class of 2026, so an incoming senior this year. He's got the Joel Damon Titleist hat. And now your leader for the boys of Daniel He. He yesterday 6 under, eagled this hole yesterday. He went out in 3, then birdied 10, 11, and 12. He lets that one fly. And then Shepard McKenzie will round things out here for our 11-20 group out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Again, your scores rolling across the bottom of your screen. All of the scores that are on your screen, those are as we get them from the AJGA website, and that's all about the kids posting their scores. When they post, it updates to the website, then it sends it to us. So if you see some of the groups that maybe you don't see scores for, or some that is like playing from behind of where you think they should be, that's probably what it is. Here's a look overhead for one from our drone footage. Again, a very gettable par 5 for the boys. That they're going to bomb one down there and have a mid-iron shot into this kind of looks like a pea green, if you will. A very narrow landing spot there in between those two greenside bunkers. And let's check and see what our pin placement for today is. We will get some footage from the green today, as by the time we got up and everything rolling yesterday with the late start, it was a little bit not able to get what we wanted with hole number 1, but we will have coverage of hole number 1 green today. 17 paces on, 7 off the left edge in the back corner. So off of that green on the left, the bunker on the green there on the left side back there is where the pin placement will be for today. All right, out to our signature hole, 15. This may be our lead group here. I think we're a group a little bit behind that one. I think this is our 8:40 tee time. I believe this is Serena Wu. Gets that one on the bottom half of the green. It's going to be a tough pin placement today. I believe this is actually our 8-10 grouping. So this would be Serena Zhang. Again, some of the pictures we got this morning, they were wearing long sleeves. So, and she sticks that one on the pin, but it backs up. And it will trickle down the hill. But that's where you want to leave the shot, is let that thing get underneath the hole to go from there. But that's a good shot from there on the par 3 15th. So we'll fly over from the aerial look of hole number 15. Again, the water really doesn't play into a factor for these kids. They hit it extremely well. Tomorrow for the boys, when it moves it all the way in the back, then it brings in a different element. But The big question is that can you keep the ball below the hole and hold the green? The pin placement for today, as you saw, that far left-hand corner, it's stuck back in the back, but the issue is that if you go long, you're trying to chip and come back down the hill. If you don't get it middle of the green, a lot of times it'll catch that slope and it'll come back down the hill. Now we've seen balls roll all the way off the green. So, but 17 or 15 green is a bear. If you walk off of that green with a par, you feel like you've gained a stroke on the field at least. All right, from the United Rentals Tower Cam, we got a hole 17. Par 4, 320-yard par 4 for the ladies. This is some of our earlier groups. That one just squirts by. This is our 7:30 group of Ireland Roberts, Piper Dunn, and Aubrey Zhao. This is Piper Dunn out of Lexington, Kentucky. That lines up this putt here at 17. Down the slope and just pulled it underneath the hole. Now Ireland Roberts will replace her ball mark, and who's going to go next is the question. It looks like Roberts is going to line up and take her swing. See if she learned from watching her counterpart, and she did. So she rolls that one through. And now to round things out on this group, Aubrey Zhao out of Newport Coast, California, class of 2028. Nope, excuse me. We'll have Piper Dunn that will go first. So Dunn, after rolling this one underneath the hole, a little bit of a break left to right, probably the left edge, and firms that one in off the edge as well and brings it back in. Now we'll get Aubrey Zhao. And a good finish there at 17. All right, out to 15. This is a birdie putt coming up for a group that just teed off. This should be Serena Zhang that's giving this a run for birdie. That's how much break that has in, and you could see that ball just never got rolling. So a par putt there for her. And now let's go to the first green for the first time in the tournament. Our group that just went off. So this would be Alex Lee, Daniel He, and Shepard McKenzie. This is Shepard McKenzie with the chip at 1 from the United Rentals Tower Cam. I got some other. That's WSAZ is who that is. A local news station out here, getting some video of Greenside. Now our leader Daniel He, a little bit short on the fringe, so this would be an eagle chip, I would imagine. He eagled this hole yesterday, and that one comes up short of the hole. See a locust that burns off of the green. That's something that we've been dealing with all week this week. Alex Lee takes the pin out of the cup. He leaves himself a lengthy birdie putt. Great opportunity here to start his second round off. Staying in red figures after going low yesterday. Shot it fairly early. He got out mid-morning. So this is our leader, Daniel He, for birdie. Good roll into the cup and buries that with a fist pump. A birdie for our leader, Daniel He, at the first to get himself to 7 under par. Okay, over to 16 now with a chip off the green. Pin far right today, which brings in that right side bunker. It'll be left tomorrow, which brings in that left bunker that collects a lot of balls on this hole. Getting that one high up in the air and soft settle. Nice chip from off the green. It's our 740 group. Christina Chill, Madeline Salmon, and Karina Jadhav. This is Jadhav out of the rough. Little bump and run, trying to get that one going, and just did not get it to come out. Yesterday, we were having a lot of players that were struggling with that same shot of when it came out, it just took off. That ball just hit the green and stopped. So Christina Chill out of Columbia Station, Ohio, class of 2026. They're in the pink and the gray pants. She'll line up her putt here. .16 playing 340 yards for the ladies. A little bit of a left to right breaker. Not a lot in this one, though. Just got to be firm with it. And she pulled it over the cup. You could see it just roll off the edge. Chill 3 over for today. Now who's going to go? Is it going to be Jadhav? It will be. So Karina Jadhav, 7 over for the tournament, 4 over for today, shot a 73 yesterday. She was on the leaderboard at the latter part of the day. Middleton has given another back. She's now at even on the tournament. A nice roll there by Jadhav. There at the 16th. Now Madeline Salmon, excuse me. Salmon out of Murrieta, California, class of 2027. And a good finish for her at the 16th. All right, over to the second hole, another hole we've brought in today. A chip that's going to get away from him and slide down the slope. Yeah, that ball did not stop. It is all the way through the green over there at the second. Nice chip there. Excuse me, a putt. Yes, it was. That was my mistake. I looked down to look at a photo that was trying to identify a player and missed it. That's my mistake. So that was the ball that was chipped all the way across the green. Okay, over to 14 we go. These are all birdie putts for this group. This is our 8-10 group. And that one just burns past the hole. That was Nariah Hope Kim out of Duluth, Georgia. And let's see who's going to go. Serena Zhang is who we're looking over the shoulder. I believe that's who's going to go, and it will be. Left to right breaker here down the slope slightly. Didn't get it above the hole. Good line, just needed just a little bit more to it, so a tap in par for her. And now Angela Ling. Liang, a class of 2027 member. It's an incoming junior this year. So this for her birdie. Good putt down the hill, but just under the hole. Okay, over to 18 we go. Pitch shot from down below the green. And this is a dandy. That's going to roll up with a tap in to finish that one out. So a nice shot there at 18. This is our group of Ireland Roberts, Piper Dunn, and Audrey Zhao. That was Zhao that just had that approach shot, that little pitch. So now Piper Dunn coming all the way across the face of the 18th. Good roll down the slope, and that is a beautiful lag putt from that distance. So two lefties in this group, Ireland Roberts and Piper Dunn. I believe it'll be Roberts that will place and putt from here. Out of the Colony, Texas, class of 2027. Good look there coming up the slope. Not too much to this one. I'm going to be firm with it to the hole. This is a putt that is a lefty that's very easy to miss it under the hole. Got to start it out about that right edge as you're looking at it on your screen. And played it out too much. So she'll finish out with a tap in. All right, back to the first. This would be our, I believe, our 11:30 group of Sky Sun, Xingtong Wang, and Brandon O'Keefe. I have not gotten photographs from that group yet, so I'm still trying to get everything caught up with it. Great look from the United Rentals Tower Cam. I greatly appreciate their sponsorship through the event to be able to provide us some beautiful overlooks of the first, 4th, and 17th greens, and then the tee boxes at 5 and 18. Again, moving day for the field. We will have a cut after 36 holes are completed. And then the field gets trimmed down and we'll play tomorrow for the championship. Nice putt right in the center of the jar. You would imagine that is probably at worst a birdie. And with the way these guys go, some of these, this may be eagle rolls. That putt just got the picture. That was Xingtong Wang that rolled that one in. So now Brandon O'Keefe out of Palo Alto, California. All right, we'll come back to there. We're going to 3 for a bunker shot. This is a tough spot over the hillside left on a very tight lie. Gets that one out. It's got to stop, and that's got a really good effort from there. It's a nice bunker shot we saw there at 3. This is our 11:10 tee time of Will Jones, Kazu Matsuyama, and Griffin Latimer. So this is Will Jones, junior out of Moorhead and Rowan County High School. So he's taken an relief off of the cart path. So the position, what it is that he has to take his first point of relief not closer to the hole. So that's the spot of the tee. So that puts him in line with where he did his drop. Then when you drop from your knee. Ball cannot roll closer to the hole. If it does, you redrop. You get 2 drops. If it doesn't go after the 3rd, then you place it in a spot that's not closer to the hole. So now a very tough shot here for Will Jones. Again, you want to try to get this one up in the air to get it to stop quickly, as it's going to have that slope sliding away from him down toward that bunker on the left edge. Gets a nice check there, and that's an unfortunate event as it hit and released and slides all the way down the hillside. All right, the putt coming up now will be of Griffin Latimer out of Canton, Georgia, here at the 3rd. Good roll there, just never got enough legs to get it all the way to the hole. So now Will Jones will go back and try to give a long rasp of a par putt. And that's something, the third hole is not a difficult hole when you look at it, but it's one of those holes that if you get anywhere away from the green, you are just handcuffed. You've got the big bunker off to the left edge. You've got a hillside with thick rough on the right that we saw a lot yesterday in play when that pin was up on that front right corner. And then again, where we saw where Will Jones landed, ending up on the car path and having to chip from almost the fourth tee box on a short-sided pin placement. And that hill that slopes away from where he was hitting, so sloping down toward number 2 green. Got some action behind him as well over on number 2. We'll give you some looks at some stuff I did out on 2 earlier this week here in a little while as well. So this is a par putt for Will Jones. That's a good look. Getting a cup. Oh, what a run. Beautiful run for Jones up the hill. It just got a little bit of a bad break there as it caught the backside of the cup and spins out. So he'll tap in for a bogey, but man, that would have been a heck of a par save if he could have kept that one down. So Griffin Latimer for his par. And he gets it to roll in. And now sand save opportunity for Kazu Masuyama out of Hong Kong. Incoming senior in the class of 2026. This would be a phenomenal sand save. That bunker is a brute. And again, off the lip. So Matsuyama gives one back at the third. So 2 bogeys in this group as the third shows its teeth here in the early round of round number 2. All right, we saw 2 out there. Let's jump over to 2 while we're waiting on our group at 1. I went out on the course on hole number 2, a hole that shapes from right to left with the slope. And the issue that's going to run into this is that from that fairway, it's going to feed it down into what we're going to talk about here, the rough. This week, the rough is very deep, and as you're going to see, when it drops in there, it goes down in there pretty good. So we're about 75 yards from the hole. We're going to see if we can get this one out here and see if we can get it up on the green in some form to get ourselves a putt. I got that one too good. Snap. Well, not a bad shot. We're on the green, but again, a little bit deep. But the big key is staying on the putting surface. Again, multi-tier greens out here at Bellefonte Country Club, and that's the most important thing, is getting on the correct tier for which pin placement you have for that day. So we've got ourselves here for an opportunity for a par putt. Let's see if we can roll it in and save par. That's good. So the thing this week, keep it out of the rough and keep it on the short stuff. So out to the 10th tee box now for the boys. Should be the group of Jake Holzer, I believe. That was Will Bellefonte and now Hudson Grace. Excuse me, that was Jake Holzer that just teed off. This is Hudson Grace. Booms that one down, giving it a look. Did it stay out of trouble? Trying to thread the needle down that side. Now to 1. So this is our 1150. This is Miles Pena, I believe. And this is Ben Cowgill. All right, over to 16. This is Athena Singh. Singh leaves that one short. This is our leader group of Medal Tien, Athena Singh, and Madison Costco. So Medal Tien and Athena Singh are now in a tie for the lead at 1 over par. Singh is 1 over today, Tien at 3 over. Koshko has fallen back with a 4 over today. This is Medal Tien, the two-time defending champion. Underneath the cup, and Tien can't get that one to fall through. So Madison Koshko, had a chance to speak with her for a few moments this morning out on the golf course. I stuck past her. She was teeing off at 7. I said, verify your name for me. I want to make certain I'm saying your name properly. And she said Koshko. And I'm like, okay, I'm good. I was right yesterday. I was worried I was not pronouncing it correctly. Same time I talked with Athena Singh, and I said, how's your day going? She goes, how was it she put it? It's kind of. I think it's what she said. It's kind of. I said, how's your day? It's kind of. So a nice row there by Koshko at 16. So now Athena Singh, what'll probably be a par roll here for her. Trying to maintain her spot at the top of the leaderboard. These two ladies here on your screen with Tien and Singh have secured the last 3 events here at Bellefonte Country Club. Singh won it in 22, Tien in 23 and 24. So now Athena Singh for par at the 16th to maintain her spot at the top of the leaderboard with her partner of Medal Tien. And a good roll there for Athena for a par save at the 16th. So now Medal Tien, seen her family out on the course. Her dad every morning has made it a point to walk past and say hello. And he actually spoke to me, but when we first got to the course this week, I guess for where we've been doing the coverage and been covering Meadow and stuff, and a very nice group of family members for her, and always good morning, good morning, good morning. It's just great to see them out on the course, and she's got a great following for her well, and a good putt there for Tien. You talk about the potential for those two young ladies. Singh's headed to the University of Houston. Tien is going to the University of Illinois. All right, to the first tee box, as this is going to be our 12 o'clock tee time, and they're getting their photographs made to get ready to send for me. I'm going to get a quick peek here, though. I can I can get it before they send it to me. That's always good. This is Cameron Sharp, Nathan Chapman, and Michael Vivione. All right, over to the third, the par 3. That one just underneath the hole as he burns that one past, and a little sneaky 2.5-footer coming back. This is our 11-20 group of Alex Lee, Daniel He. That's He with the flag on his shoulder. And finishing that one out was Shepard McKenzie. Okay, over to 4. This is a group of Will Jones, Kazu Matsuyama, and Griffin Latimer. This is Matsuyama squatting, taking a look at the putt. And we're going to get first Will Jones. That's going to chip from the backside of the green there at 4. Good look at it from the United Rentals tower cam. From the rough. This is a downhiller. That is so well played, just didn't get the break. You could see he wanted that ball to just get on the green because he's really worried about that slope, and it needed about another foot to carry to get it to carry on down to the hill. So Matsuyama walking his off for a look. Vladimir will remove the pin, and he'll have the first roll on a longer putt off on the right side. So Latimer with what I would believe would be a birdie putt here. Just this one, a tap down the hillside and not enough. Scared to death of that slope. And now Matsuyama off the fringe and just dies at the hole. So now Will Jones. Left his chip well short. Now back down the slope. It's got to go. And just never got it there. So Jones is going to give one back at 4 after giving another one back at 3. So a tough start for him here on his second round. One group still to go off of number 1, and then we will have everybody on the golf course. And we have some of our ladies groups finishing up. Our leaders have made the tee at 17, so we'll have them out at the 17th green and then back when they come into 18. And now Latimer lets that one slide by. So a 3-putt for Latimer at the 4th as he'll give one back. Big thanks to all of our great workers that we're partnered here with the AJGA of getting us photographs this morning with tee time so we can identify our players. We greatly appreciate everything they do. They have been so wonderful. Matthew O'Connell, the tournament director, Ryan Flanagan, the regional director, they oversee this tournament, and then all the interns that come in and work. It's kind of like a summer camp. They go from place to place to place. So, all right, this is our 12 o'clock tee time. At the tee now is Nathan Chapman out of Jackson, Kentucky. The one thing they didn't get was the memo of say, don't stand in front of the camera. You can't get everything. All right, our final tee time in the 12 o'clock pairing, and this is Michael Vivione out of Ontario, Canada, incoming senior this year. Good ball up the left side now on one. He lost it left. All right, over to 11. This is the drivable par 4 for the guys. A chip shot short-sided here out of the rough. 284 yards. It's all carry to get it back to this spot, but this is his second shot. Or second chip, excuse me. Okay, I was misunderstood you when you said that. So that's probably going to be left for par if he was able to drive it. And most of the guys are going to drive it up on this upper tier. Let's see where we are. This would be... I believe that's our 9:30 group. Let me verify here. Now we've got a... I'm not sure if we're held up for a ruling or what, but we are paused for the moment out at 11. All right, let's go back over to 16 for our ladies. This is our 8-10 group. Walking off on the far right-hand side there is Angelina Liang out of Bridgewater, New Jersey. Yeah, we would have liked to have video of that, of it going up in the scissor lift. They threw the food for our camera operator up in the tower cam today. They had to throw it up. We should have made a basket. We don't want to spoil her. We spoil her, and then she's going to want stuff all the time. So, all right, this is Angela Liang, excuse me. A lengthy putt here at 16 for birdie. Left that one short, but not a bad putt from that distance, so she'll clean that up for a par. All right, so we've got Serena Zhang now. This one will have some movement to it coming across the green. Zhang out of Ontario, Canada, incoming junior this year. Good putt, just off the edge ever so slightly, and she'll have to tap off. Hole 3, and that right there was a great example of the rough. Was trying to chip up and instead chipped into the bunker. As the old saying goes, out of the pan into the fire for our group back at hole number 3. Oh, we got another player over here behind. That's what it was. Gets the nice roll. This is a beautiful shot from that location. Now the bunker. After the chip into the bunker. And not too shabby from that spot there. That is a tough bunker shot. Over at number 3. This is our 11:30 group. This is Sky Sun. Sun in 7th place all alone. 1 under par yesterday. Has not had any scores posted today. Sun wearing the navy blue pants. Squatting there is Xingtong Wang. And then Brendan O'Keefe was the unlucky recipient of the rough that put him into the bunker, so he's putting for bogey here at number 3. And number 3, a hole that is showing its teeth today. Because of that pin placement, players trying to go toward the back of the green and have really struggled finding the putting surface. Our leader is on the green behind them. They're at 2, Daniel He. We know he had at least a birdie at 1 and maybe 2, depending on what happens over here. And that one just off the lip and holds on the back edge for Sky Sun. All right, now Brandon O'Keefe, I believe, or we're going to get Wang that's going to go. Looks like Wang is lining up, but O'Keefe's going to walk up and give his a wrap. So Brendan O'Keefe first, then Xingtong Wang. This is O'Keefe. Needs it to break and doesn't get there. All right, now Xingtong Wang for par. This, from where he was, would be a remarkable shot for par. Flew the green and had to come all the way back up the hillside from the 4th tee, down past the 4th tee box. That's a dandy par there for Xingtong Wang. Okay, over to the 18th. This is Audrey Zhao. And didn't get it up there. And we saw some of that yesterday as well, of not getting the ball out. See, this is the 8-10 group, so this is Naraya Hope Kim. That was out of the bunker there. That was Serena Zhang. That's still in the bunker, looks like. So Hope Kim here, incoming junior out of Duluth, Georgia. Gets the bump off the pin, I believe. It was unfortunate. She's going to leave herself some work there for par at the 18th. That one squirts on past. So I am struggling with some of the photographs that we have for today. I do not have a female that's wearing a black Nike cap. And I may have been totally calling this group. This is the two-person group? Okay, that helps. This is our 750 group. Okay, that makes more sense. This is Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee. So this is Ada Yee. And then our lead group should be coming up right behind them from the fairway. Yeah, this is Daniel He. This is our boys leader from 3. He finds the dance floor, keeps it underneath the hole. So a good shot there for Daniel He for a look at birdie at the 3rd. Alex Lee looking like he lost that one to the right. He's going to get a favorable bounce and get it down onto the fringe. So he'll at least have a chip. This is not Daniel Lee, guys. This is the wrong group. This is the 1140 group of Kiyu Wu, Ratvik Jarman, and Talon Bean. This is Talon Bean from California that's going. I'm firing my entire crew. This group is behind our leader. So Talon Bean, senior, out of California now. It is California, Kentucky. How about that? I did not know there was a California, Kentucky. Where? I did not see where that ball landed. The one on the green is for a birdie putt. We go over to 6. I believe this is our 11 o'clock group. As soon as I get a facial recognition that I can check one of them, and this is our 11 o'clock group. That was Yuchen Lee. That sent that one past the pin. That looks like Tucker Gongaware out of New York. Maybe Lee is going to be still away. It looks like it is going to be Lee away. A lot of confusion going on in this green right now. So Geldof out of Lexington, Kentucky is going to give this a run. And again, it's hard to really tell from this angle. This green is severely sloped uphill. I mean, you're going to have to give this one a wrap to get it up there. Great look there, green side, from this long putt coming up the hill here at 6. And that right there really shows you just how steep of a slope that is. I mean, he gave that one a run and still comes up some 5-6 feet short. All right, now Yuchen Lee out of Beijing, China, class of 2027. The diving board is in well effect today over at the pool. We can hear it has been banging all day long. Burns that one past just a little bit. So he'll finish out for what probably is his bogey. And now Tucker Gongaware, senior out of New York, New York. Our leaders for the ladies at the 18th will go there next. First, Gongaware. Burns that one past the cup. So now Geldhoff, excuse me, my mistake. We'll try to get this putt if we may have to cut to get to 18 because we have our leaders at 18. And it lips out. All right, over to 18 we go. This is a Athena Singh from just off the green. A really good chip there for Singh at 18. So our boys leader has gone birdie to start his second round. He's at 8 under par now. Our ladies here at the 18th, Middleton 1 over for the tournament. She's 3 over today. Athena Singh 2 over today, sits at 2 over par. Madison Koshko and Koshko leaves this one well short. Now Middleton from the front of the green. This would be huge for her to finish with a big putt at 18 for birdie. This is where Singh got a 35-foot birdie putt yesterday. This one's up the slope. A good roll, but short. And we very well, and barring that we do not get someone that makes a run from the outside the bottom of the field, we could see this same grouping all 3 days. We play championship Friday here at the Bellefonte Country Club tomorrow for the 42nd annual Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. First, a big putt for Koshko to try to finish up for a par. and stay at 3 over. She's in a tie with Serena Wu, who's at 3 over for the tournament. 1 over today through 12. Koshko, an incoming senior out of State College Park, Pennsylvania. Didn't get it there. Had the line, just did not get it all the way to the cup. So Koshko is going to give one back on 18. So she'll fall out of a tie for third and may fall out of the lead grouping tomorrow, depending on how things settle when we get to the end of the ladies' pairings. So now your leader, Middletian, back-to-back champion, committed to go play golf at the University of Illinois, trying to make it a 3-time championship. This for par. And that one just runs past the cup and lips out, and she's going to give one back at 18. So now Singh to finish this for par to get into a tie at the top with Middletian. And she does so. So Tian and Singh should be paired again tomorrow. It'll depend on how everything else shakes out of who's going to be the other player in that grouping as we take a look at the tee box at 5 for the United Rentals Tower Cam. It's our 11:30 group. And this is Xingtong Wang. And now Sky Sun will finish things out here for the boys on the 5th. Sun tied for 6th. He's 1 over for today, even for the round, or even for the tournament, I should say. Shot a 69, 1 under par yesterday. So our boys 11:30 group away at 5. Let's go to the 2nd. This is our 12 o'clock tee time. Cameron Sharp, Nathan Chapman, and Michael Vivione. This is Vivione that is bending over. Chapman is in the bright pink that just squatted down. And then Cameron Sharp from off the green there next to the pin. Vivione has placed his ball. The green on this, and it's very hard to tell here, but about halfway down, it slopes up. This is a 2-leveled green. This is the one we did the shot on earlier this week. And you've got to get up on that top tier where this pin is placed, or you have a very tough placement to get the ball up the hill. Sharp movement, runs it under the hole. Now he needs it to stop. So he's going to leave himself about 3 feet. Now Nathan Chapman coming right at you. Had the line, just never got it firm enough to finish it. So Chapman finishes up there at 2. And now Cameron Sharp. And a good follow through for him. Again, the regional director for the group here at the AJGA's Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior is Ryan Flanagan. Had an opportunity to talk with him during the Pro-Am that played here on Tuesday. We'll hear from him in just a moment. And a good finish there for them at 2. All right, let's hear from Ryan Flanagan, our regional director for the AJGA.
Join now with the tournament director for this week's event, Ryan Flanagan. Ryan, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much.
42 years this event has been happening here at Bellefonte Country Club, and the leaderboard, the winners board, I should say, it speaks for itself when you look at the names on it. But I mean, it says how special this event is to this area.
Yeah, we see players coming back year after year. They enjoy the experience because of the people and the volunteers.
What's the thing that you get drawn to when you come back here and see the area, the golf course, everything itself?
Yeah, it's like coming home to family, to be honest with you. Just everyone, it's like we've been together every single day, even though I may see them once a year. But it's just great to be here and reminisce with everybody.
You know, it's a whirlwind for you guys. You guys roll in here on Monday and start setting everything up, practice rounds, the Pro-Am on Tuesday, and then the event starts, the big thing, on Wednesday through Friday. Take me through all the logistics that you've got to put together to make everything work.
So we work year-round on this event. We have a local committee that on day one, immediately after the event ends, then we start on the year process, and we have a tournament director that comes in on Wednesday for the tournament to get everything organized and work with the local committee. And then we have another staff, supplemental staff, that arrives on Friday to start setting up all the stake and rope, the banners, all the things that make the event go.
The event itself, you get the kids that you see that they make that springboard into the collegiate level, and then some that go on past that and they start that foundation here. How big is that?
It's a phenomenal opportunity for them. You see the players that go through the qualifier, they play well in the tournament, they use that, again, as to what you're saying, a springboard to get those college golf scholarships and get that platform to showcase their ability.
Well, the golf course we've talked about this week, the rough is high, but the greens are slow. How's it been today on the course? What do you expect when we get into tournament, when it's supposed to heat up and the wind's supposed to get going a little bit as well?
It'll definitely firm up throughout the week. We're expected to have some really good weather. It's supposed to warm up. So I expect that the scores are going to be challenging, given that it'll firm up out there and the rough's pretty healthy.
You don't think you want to see with double digits this year?
It would be tough out there, but who knows? These kids are really good.
They're really good. Ryan, thank you so much for everything.
Thank you so much.
Greatly appreciative of Ryan Flanagan, his great staff. Ryan does such a wonderful job. A hometown guy. Kentucky is his home state, so not really a hometown, but a Kentucky-grown kid. So, all right, we go back to the third. Should be I believe our 1150 group of Seth Barker, Miles Pena, and Ben Cowgill. Cowgill in second. This is him with a putt. Not certain if this is for birdie or par. All right, we're going to step out for a break. We'll come back and continue our coverage from a beautiful sun-drenched Bellefonte Country Club. This is the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance on Cool TV.
Since 1932, we've been a proud part of Kentucky, dedicated to serving our members with integrity, respect, and a commitment to excellence. We believe that by working together, we can create a brighter future for everyone. Whether you're saving for a new home, planning for retirement, or starting your own business, we're here to help you every step of the way. So stop wishing and start doing. And let's build a financially successful future together. Thank you for being a part of our journey.
The Greenup County Public Library system is the best. Read the latest bestsellers in large print, regular print, or audio CDs. You can also check out movies or place a hold on a book on our website or call one of the library locations to place a hold. There are community meeting rooms available by reservation at all locations for clubs and organizations. And be sure to check out the Jesse Stewart collection at the Greenup County branch. Check them out on Facebook and Twitter. Primary Plus is celebrating 40 years of its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health care. With over 11 primary care locations throughout the region, Primary Plus believes in our communities and our patients. The Primary Plus name means primary care plus so much more, offering extended services such as women's health, pediatrics, dental, counseling, diabetes management, infusion services, and on-site pharmacy that offers free delivery. Primary Plus believes in connecting healthcare for you and your family and is always welcoming new patients. Learn more at primaryplus.net.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Hello, everyone. I am Rick Clark. Let me introduce you to Carlisle, Annabelle, and Zach.
And as you can tell by these commercials, this family has a lot of fun.
We have a great team here at Clark's.
And we would love for you to join our family.
Whether you're a young person looking for your first job, someone who's looking for extra work, or maybe you're ready to start a career at a growing company, we want to talk to you. To find out more and start the process, go to myclarkspns.com.
Clark's Pop and Shop.
Return,
refresh,
refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Borders Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Borders Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Back here at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the beautiful Bellefonte Country Club. A look down at number 2. And that one just sneaks past the cup. Now we come back up on to the putting surface of 3. And this is Nathan Chapman. Very difficult chip shot here. And I mean, you did about everything I think you wanted to do there and still leave yourself some 15, 20 feet coming back up that slope. That's what happens in this pin location, is it brings in that long right side rough. Cameron Sharp coming back up the hill. That's a good run from there. He'll leave himself some 3 feet to finish up. And now a tricky little putt from the rough. That'll roll here for Michael Vivione. Now, yesterday, players were putting through the fringe, and it was not slowing the ball down whatsoever. It was zipping through. Gets the break, the release. That's a really good putt from that location. From that point, you will take a 3 and smile as you walk to the next hole. That's a really good 2-putt for Vivione. I know he looks a little frustrated, but from that spot, trying to come down that slope, I would take that 3 all day long and never put the ball on the tee. Now Nathan Chapman back up the hill for his par. I just totally misread that one. So Cameron Sharp. Good finish for him. And I believe this will be our final group through. We've got one more group that still comes behind this group. They should be on the tee box, and Chapman's going to give some away here at hole number 3. So we got one more group at the third for their tee shots, and then that backside will be finished up. Let's go out to the 15th. The signature par 3 and a long putt across the face of the green as our ladies are making our passage through here at 15. It's our 850 grouping of Claire Liu, Sienna Wang, and Haley Lee, excuse me. This is Sierra Wang. All right, this is our final group for the boys. Tyler Creevy, Max Terrell, and Carson Nicholas. This is Max Terrell out of Crestwood, Kentucky, graduating senior. And he sticks that one on the pin for a beautiful shot at 3. The hard part on this group here, all 3 are wearing white hats, and all 3 are wearing light colors. Got Tyler Creevy and Carson Nicholas out of this group. Creevy is the son of the lady who owns the record here at Bellefonte Country Club for the ladies for 4 consecutive championships. Leanne Hardin Creevy, who joined me yesterday and just had a blast talking with her, talking about all of the memories that she has here from Bellefonte and now making the transition to being mom. That's something that she said is a hard thing for her to do, but hopefully we'll get her back in later on this afternoon when she gets an opportunity to swing past. So ladies finishing out there at the 16th. We're out to the 10th with a group waiting to tee off. This is our 10:30 group. Well, we got a break in the action. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Daniel He, the leader at 8 under. He is 2 under for the day, posted a 64.6 under par yesterday. Ben Cowgill through 2 is at 5 under par. Q.U. Wu is in 3rd place at 3 under par. Griffin Huckabee at 2 under. Talon Bean has slid back to 1 under. And then tied for 6th at even pars, William Stewart, Dylan Loxton, Jacob Holzer, Seamus O'Halloran, and Jack Michael. Also Sky Sun and Carson Nicholas in there at a tie for 6th. Cam Phillips has made a surge today. The defending champion has gotten himself in contention, at least for getting on the front page of the leaderboard. He's at 1 over par. Griffin Latimer, Xingtong Wang, and Cam Sharp at 1 over. And then a host of groups at 2 over. The girls' leaderboard, Athena Singh leads it after 36 holes. The 2022 champion goes out today with a 2 over par, 72. Meadow Tien gives back 3 today. She'll play 1 behind Singh in the final grouping. Madison Koshko has already posted her score for today, a 5 over 75. Serena Wu is in 3rd, still out on the course at 4 over par. Pair of golfers at 6 over, 7, 8, and 9 round out the girls' leaderboard on the front page. Plus 9 for Sadie Goodman. That's 9th in a tie for 9th. Madeline Salmon, Karina Jadhav, and Maya Claffey. Naraya Hope Kim, Serena Zhang, and Claire Liu. Melody Liu, Ellie Gonzalez Riddle, and Junwei Wu. Back to the 15th, a bunker shot. This is a tough one here off the left side. That pin placement there. You've got a lot of decisions to make here. If you throw it past the hole, it's going to release and roll way down the slope. If you throw it under the hole, it's going to go down the hillside. And if you get it to stick just like that, you put your club in the bag with a fist pump and say, I hit my mark. That's a dandy shot there at 15. Might use the old foot wedge on that one. This is our 9 o'clock group of Garrett Gutig, Brian Lee, and Armand Khan. This is Brian Lee from the front of the green. This is some 40 feet up this hillside. All uphill, sharp, right to left break. Never got it above the hole. And now the problem is getting it to stop. So he's going to leave himself some 5-6 feet to finish up. Now for the fringe. This is Armand Khan out of Folsom, California. Never got it to the hole. Grant Gutig The young man that came out of the bunker, if he could find a way to plop this one in and safe par, that is a sand save that you will take every day of the week. Wind starting to kick up a little bit here at the golf course. Still an absolutely beautiful morning here in this second round of the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Lee for his par putt. And that's a nice par at the 15th, especially from where he was putting from, coming all the way back up the hill. Now let's see if Kahn is going to go, or is it going to be Gutig? I believe Grant Gutig is going to go. A junior coming into this school year. It's a sand save that would be one of the best that we've seen here this week. And burns it off the edge, and now it's got to stop. That's how unforgiving 15 can be. You have yourself in position, you get just a little bit too aggressive with that putt, and then you lose it 6 feet, 7 feet down the hillside. We'll show some stuff that I did out on 15 here in just a bit that kind of represents exactly what just happened to Grant there from that positioning when you start dealing with that side slope. And a nice finish there. Taking a 4 from where he was in that bunker, that is not a bad shot, but I know that one stings after getting a great sand blast out of that hole and then missing the par putt. All right, we go to the 4th. This is back to the group of Cameron Sharp, Nathan Chapman, and Michael Vivione. Once we get the final group past number 4, we're going to move that camera over to number 9 at the green so we can get some coverage over there. Nice putt for Michael Vivione down the hillside there at the 4th. Now Nathan Chapman. And Daniel He, the leader, has added to his lead from yesterday. Went 6 under 64. He's 2 under through 3 since the last time he posted. Ben Cowgill in second at 5 under. He's 1 under today. Chapman over the top of the cup. Great look here from the United Rentals tower cam. All right, out to 11. I believe this is our 10 o'clock group, and it is. This is Patrick Paquette. Is lining up a putt. Would assume for birdie. Nice bend, he walks it in. That's the walk of a birdie putt right there. I have no doubts that was for a birdie. All right, out to the 10th. Fairway wood out of the 10th tee box. He's going to lose that one to the right. It's our 1040 grouping for the gentlemen of Cameron Phillips, our defending champion, Harper Ackerman, and Finn Johnson. This is Finn Johnson, junior out of Louisville, Kentucky. He's got the big stick out, letting to try to get one back here at the 10th on the par 5. 474 the yardage it plays. Starts that one down the left side, trying to get it to draw back, and he doesn't like it. So our defending champ is away at 10. He goes out at a 2 under 33, and he gets some stuff going to get himself back into contention. Out to 16. 16 hasn't confused you any today. I'm impressed. 2 and 3 is no problem. I can easily tell those. You struggled with 16 yesterday, but it's doing great. Claire Liu, Sienna Huang, and Haley Lee, our group here. This is looking across the green of Claire Liu. Incoming senior out of Jensen Beach, Florida. It's a good roll and just under the cup. Got a little bit of a hop there when it came off the club face on the putter. Maybe just enough to take it off the line. So now Haley Lee out of Los Gatos, California, incoming freshman. And Athena Singh, Medal Tian in the clubhouse, finished with their rounds today. Singh leads with a 2 over 72 after going even par yesterday. Medal Tian goes 5 over today. She's 3 over for the tournament. And that one just sneaks under the hole there for Lee. And now Sienna Wang. Wang is junior out of New York. Daniel He still has the lead on the boys' side. He posted an early 64 yesterday. It's interesting to watch all the different styles of golfers, of how everyone lines up their putts. Some using the putters, some using the finger, some getting down looking at the slope itself. That's what makes golf so fun, is that everybody has their own opportunities to do the style that you want to play. All right, out to the 12th. This is our 10 o'clock tee time of Patrick Paquette, Miles Green, and Wihovi's son. Just finishing up over at the 11th. This is Miles Green, junior out of LaGrange, Kentucky. 179-yard par 3. Pin today more up on the front edge. And it ended up in the left side bunker. That's going to be a very difficult shot with that pin placement today. Pin today on 12. 14 paces on, 4 off the left edge. That was from Sun. And now Patrick Paquette. Giving it a good look. And stays on that far right-hand corner, but he'll have a tough putt coming all the way across the green. Okay, from the United Tower Rental Tower Cam. Let's go to the 4th. Good roll from that distance. Should have been Max Terrell. This is a look at Tyler Creevy. They're in the AJGA hat. This is our final boys group. Creevy, the son of legend here at Bellefonte Country Club, Leanne Harden Creevy, who went 4 consecutive during her tenure, and that one just sneaks underneath the hole. Creevy's first came back in 1997, went 98, 99, 2000. 74-76 her first 2 rounds in her first year of winning. Turned around and shot a 62 8 under par. We talked about that yesterday, and she said she was 6 under going to the back, and she said, if I could just par this out, I'm in really great shape. And said things just really started playing nicely for her, and some shots falling the way that she needed them to fall, and really played out very nicely for her round. But she, along with Athena Singh and Metal Tien, are the co-owners of the tournament record of 1 under par. Harden went 1 under in 1999, shot a 71 opening round, 66 on day 2, and then finished with a 72 on day 3. All right, a bunker shot out at the 12th. That one just got away from him. Picked it clean off of the green, off the sand, and it shoots all the way across the green. So now, Uyushi's son, and he does not like the outcome of his shot, as he just gets it to the top of the hill, and that's the rough playing into factor of what we've talked about. It is not exactly Oakmont rough, but for these youngsters, this rough has taken the betterment of them throughout their rounds. So now Sun chipping from still off of the green, his 3rd here at the 12th. And that was the shot he was hoping for on his first attempt. Out to the 5th. And a young lady that might want to walk over and watch this. She might know who this person is at the 5th tee, or at least one of those guys. You want to jump on for a bit? So joining us now, 4-time champion here at the Bellefonte Country Club is Leanne Harden Creevy. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Wonderful. What a beautiful day. Again, perfect weather here for the second day of this tournament. And, that's one of the things that the kids are getting rewarded with is the great play. But the one thing we've seen today, those greens are starting to pick up the pace.
Oh, yes. We were checking out the pin sheet today, or the whole location sheet, and it looks like there are some tough pin placements early on. So the greens are getting a little firmer, fairways are getting firm, and again, you just have to know where to be when you're out there playing the course and playing smart.
Looking at the leaderboard on the ladies' side, positive scores today, but we know for certain we're going to get a combination of Metal Tien, Athena Singh in the final pairing tomorrow. They're at the top of the leaderboard. Singh leads it with a 1-stroke lead after 10 goes 2 under yesterday, 5 over today. She's 3 over par. And again, it all happened in one little cluster of spot, and that's what happens so easily on this golf course.
Absolutely. So it's going to be exciting for tomorrow. It's kind of just a reset. I think going into tomorrow for the girls, they're just going to have to go out there and, play one shot at a time. But it can happen so easily. It can just be 2 or 3 holes out here, and next thing you know, you're 4 or 5 over par, and you're hitting it well. So it'll be a great day tomorrow for the girls. I think there might even be 1 or 2 that come in there as well. So you just kind of always want to be hanging around on that last day at Bellefonte to give yourself a chance.
All right, give me the body language. Does your son like his drive? He's leaning left.
He is leaning left, so that must be a sign. But he didn't. I think he looks pretty happy. We'll see. But it's good to see him out there. And he told me that I didn't have to watch the front 9. So I said, okay, I'll go hang out over here. And I had lunch with Tom and Pat Cooksey and Jeff and Barbara Connolly. So that was a nice way to start my afternoon.
And for you, it's kind of a homecoming for you, getting a chance to come back and see some old familiar faces. How special is that for you?
It's just really special. Honestly, just the involvement that they had, and talking with Tom and having the AJGA come here back in 1984, and to see that it's still the longest running AJGA tournament is amazing. And the volunteers and the support and the town of Ashland, they just do an amazing job of making everyone feel welcome, but also just, every year having all of this support. That this tournament wouldn't be possible without that. And then also the members giving up their course. That's a tough thing in the summertime, because I know if I were here, I'd be wanting to play myself and I wouldn't want to give it up. So it's wonderful that they do that and that they just have such a long-standing relationship with the AJGA.
Now, a little bit about you, and this pains me to go here because I'm a Carolina guy, but you had a storied career at Duke. And how much do you go back to your time through the AJGA? And we see this happen with so many of these players, that it's that springboard that takes them to that collegiate level. And for you, what a career that you had while you were there at Duke.
Absolutely. I mean, so much of my career kind of started here in Ashland, so it's really special. I mean, I remember being 14 and going over to the pro shop, and at that time you didn't have the internet, so they had like the little write-up, and it said a player to watch was myself, because I had finished in the final 8 at the U.S. Junior the year before. And so I remember just seeing that on the paper. I thought, well, maybe I am pretty good. You don't realize that when you're 14 years old. And I don't think I played well that year, but it gave me the confidence to kind of believe in myself here that, hey, I'm a player to watch. And then obviously when I shot 62 here, that just really gave me a lot of confidence to know that I could go low and that I, belonged out here. And so many of the lessons that you learn playing golf, you take to whatever level. I mean, you're just accruing experiences for whatever you do in life. That was a great shot there.
Yeah, back at 12.
Awesome. So I just think it's, and I did go on to have a really good career at Duke, and I played in 3 U.S. Opens, 2 LPGA majors. And, I enjoyed that, but I'm really enjoying being a mom and working and playing golf for fun.
How much did you notice, and we talk about this as all sports at all levels, when you make that next step, when you go from the high school ranks to the collegiate ranks, and then for you from the collegiate ranks to the professional ranks, how much did you notice the change of that next staircase when you went forward?
There's a big, big jump at each level for sure. I think that you can draw upon that, and some players that were great, in college or in the pros never really played a lot of junior golf and maybe relate to the game. So I think it's a cool step. I mean, I liked that I had a successful junior career. It gave me a lot of confidence. I got to go to my dream college. I got to, develop a lot of friendships, and everything that I use in my career now. And like I mentioned, I work for Lilly. I've been there about 19 years. And so I just feel like golf prepares you for so many life experiences and at each level. But I do think, each step is different. And it's amazing to see. Like the U.S. Open's going on right now, and we got up, set our alarm for 8 this morning so we could watch Rory. My son's a big Rory fan, and just to watch those players out there and see Justin Thomas, who was from Kentucky as well and has made it to that next level. It's a big jump, but if you're determined enough and you believe in yourself, you can do anything. And that's what I always tell my kids. You just have to have that determination and work at it.
When you look at you and you say you go to your dream school, how does a young lady out of Indiana land at Duke?
I know, it's kind of a funny thing, a funny story. So I have 2 older brothers, and my older brother looked at Duke, and I was in 7th grade at that time. and a basketball player. So I had played a lot of AAU basketball, which makes more sense being from Indiana.
Sure.
And I was kind of being recruited actually by Duke for basketball. At that time, it was Coach Gestenkors that was there. So when we went to campus back then, you could visit with the coaches. And so I remember my brother was looking at Duke, and we went over to the golf course and checked it out, and I thought it was beautiful. And then we met with the basketball coaches, so I got to shoot and play knockout with the Duke women's basketball team in October. And I said to my dad, Cameron Indoor, I said, I'm coming here. And then my brother ended up choosing University of Notre Dame, and then looked at Duke for medical school, but ended up going to Vanderbilt. So I was at Duke at that time when he was going through that process. So I just was always my dream school, and they had won the national title in women's golf a couple years prior. So I thought, if I'm going to play in college, I might as well get a good education, and it's always just an hour plane ride from my parents. So they were very involved when I was there.
Now, for you on the backside of that, the ultimate honor of your home state, getting nominated into the Indiana Golf Hall of Fame. How big is that?
Oh my gosh, it was so special to be nominated and to be inducted into the Hall of Fame 2 years ago. And my older brother is the president of the IGA PGA, and so they were laughing because the director of the Indiana Golf Association said, the only vote for negative was Brad Harden, which is my brother. And he said, for the record, I'm the president and I didn't get to vote. But they said it was unanimous, which was a big honor to go into your Hall of Fame. And, I just feel very fortunate to be from Martinsville, Indiana. It had such support. It was like growing up in a town like Ashland. And our kids are growing up in Orlando, and it's a great place to raise a family, but it's just different. And I think that was one of the things that really helped me achieve a lot, is I had a lot of people that were rooting for me and kind of helping me along the way. And that small town really gave me a lot of support all these years, and I really contribute a lot of that to my success. But it was a huge honor to be into the Indiana Golf Hall of Fame. And as my kids get older, maybe I'll play some mid-amateur things. But right now, I'm kind of the Uber driver.
Can you still get some amateur status back? I believe.
So I did get my amateur status back, and I played in a mid-am qualifier with Erica Shepard. She went on to play at Duke, and she's now on the Epson Tour. But that's what got me to bring my amateur status back. And then I might try to qualify for the mid-am this year. We'll see. But I just enjoy going out and playing with my kids. And, we've got a cart, so we'll go out late at night, and all three of them are out there. My husband plays, and all the grandparents are out there too. So it's special because golf is something you can do your whole life. And I think it just really transcends generations, and a lot of things that you learn in golf, you can use in life.
And that's something when you talk about how it's intertwined within your family. It is not something that you guys do. It's something that's just a part of your family, and it's something that easy for you guys to go out and enjoy as an in group, like you said, from the grandparents all the way down to the kids.
Yes. Well, I think that's been something that's going on for generations in our family. We used to have like a family reunion, and it was on the golf course. And I guess we were all really competitive because we would have different scramble teams, grandma and grandpa, my other grandparents would be out there, neighbors. And so every Hardin get together was around the golf course at Foxcliff, a 9-hole little scramble and cookout afterwards. And that was kind of what we would do with all the extended family too. So it really is a big part of our family's life. And then on my husband's side, his uncle won the PGA back in 1931. And so just a big part of Tom and his life too. So that's really what brought us together, is golf. So it just does a lot of things, and it's a great sport, and some days it's frustrating and you hate it, and then you hit that one good shot and you're coming back.
Yeah, my wife, she gets so frustrated when I play because, again, I'm a perfectionist. I want the perfect shot every time. And then she's like, you get so angry at times when you're playing, and then it's like you're over and it's like it's ready for another round. I was like, yeah, that's the whole part of golf. You frustrate it, you flush it, you go play again. And it's when you go to the tournament level, and you talked about this yesterday, you have to flush at every hole.
You do. I mean, you have to hit a lot of good shots, and you have to know where you're missing it. But I will tell you, Jack Nicklaus said, if I hit one good shot around, one perfect shot around, I'm happy. And that was in his prime. So I think there's something to that too. But yeah, I mean, these players too, their standards today are much higher than even mine 30 years ago. And it's fun to watch the next generation. And I always say, like, those records that were there are made to be broken by the next generation. And the older generation loves seeing that because we know that golf is in a great hands with this young generation coming up, these junior players.
Who was a golfer or golfers that you emulated, you idolized as you were coming up, that from the professional ranks, or just somebody that you were around that you kind of wanted to craft your game like that person?
I would say Vicky Getz was my big idol, and she won here, like we were talking about yesterday, 2 times. But she just was. I think I had a similar game to her. We were very accurate, straight down the middle. And when I won the U.S. Junior, I was invited to play at the Rail Classic, and she was one of the first people that I saw on the putting green, and I was just so excited. I was like, "Oh, there's Vicky Getz," and she came over and wished me luck and was really nice. And then Nancy Lopez was there as well and congratulated me for winning the U.S. Junior. And that's when I was like, "Wow, this is really cool." You know, it was being a 16-year-old out there with the pros was really special. And then I always admired Annika Sorenstam and Sayri Pack. They were number 1 and number 2 as I was um, going through the ranks. So there's just a lot of them, and I just think that golf can mean so much to so many people, even if it's just you're a person that plays on the weekends. You still enjoy it. You're out there with your friends. You're laughing. Maybe they're having a few drinks. Maybe you're there and you're more serious. But I think you can just do it at any level, and you can get enjoyment out of the game.
My grandson, he just turned 2, and from daylight to dark, he has a golf club in his hand every single day. That's all he wants to do is play golf.
That's awesome.
And it's so we get videos from our son and his wife. They live in Lexington, and we get videos from the backyard of golf clubs, and that's all he wants to do. So, and it's and it's something that when you see kids go to that and they enjoy it, it's such an easy game for somebody to get connected to and go out and play no matter where you are.
Exactly. I mean, you're going to be able to take him out here in about 2 years, and he'll probably be
He'll be beating
Grandpa.
up on me for sure. So
Yes, well, it is. It's a fun game, and it's just, you have to keep it in perspective too, not take yourself too seriously with it. But it really brings everyone together, I think, from all generations. So
let's look at some golf action here and let's get some analysis. One of the things today that we've really seen, the rough has been a major player. We've seen several players today that have muffed it in the rough. We saw one back in 3 into the bunker, out of the rough. I mean, it has really shown its teeth today. We're at the 16th. A tough pin placement today over on that right-hand side, which brings that right-hand bunker into play that doesn't get a lot of action. Typically, it's the left-hand bunker that draws a lot of the action. Then that will be the pin placement tomorrow.
yes, absolutely. Well, it looks like from the whole location sheet, there's a lot of front pins today, and or front or back, I should say. So they're kind of on the edges, bringing in the trouble, like you're saying here with the bunker. And the bunkers are tough. There's a lot of sand in there, and you have to finesse it just right. And then the greens are a little firmer, so they're not holding as well from what I noticed when I was walking by number 9. A lot of people were hitting it over the green there too. So I think it's going to play a little bit tougher today than even yesterday. And the girls' scores kind of suggest that too. I know they were off earlier today.
Here's a tough shot at 15 with a back pin location up that steep slope.
He's got to try to leave it a little short and left if he can.
Here comes that slope to the left, and he's going to leave himself a tricky little about 8 feet left. And the question is on that shot there, was that a shot that he left way short, or did he get it on the front of the green and it rolled all the way back down that hill, which is both possible on that hole?
Both possible. I'm guessing he hit it on the front and spun that back, because that false front there's a couple of them out there that you can really get some backspin and roll back down the hill.
Tomorrow the boys, when they play 15, it plays back about 216 yards. They push it all the way in the back.
Wow.
And the really trying part of that tee box, you have no feel of the wind. And 15, there's always a crosswind. Even when there's very little wind on the golf course, there's always crosswind. It's so hard to judge. But tomorrow, it is a poke from back there for the boys.
Oh yes, 215 yards. I mean, that's probably a 4 or 5 iron, maybe 6 iron if they're super strong, but that is tough. And I think that's the hard part about Bellefonte. You don't always see the flags blowing the same way that you're feeling when you're hitting in the fairway because of all the undulation.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple holes where there's a blind shot where you're not feeling the wind, and it really can affect the ball.
And you have so many trees that break things up around the golf course as well. And that's one of the things, too, that really goes. But as you said, this is a rolling golf course. It's up and down, and it just changes the direction so often that can change the play of your ball, especially if you play a high ball that you get over top of those trees.
Absolutely. It looks like number 15, just by watching that group, is playing difficult today.
All right, here's a tough bunker shot at 17. This is from the United Rentals Tower Cam. and just needed to get it about another 2 feet forward before that first hop. And again, you're talking about that bunker, the sand of, we've seen a lot of bunker play today to where they're expecting that ball to lift more, and it's really just a quick splash, and they're just right up underneath it.
I think the sand is pretty thick from what I can tell too, and the players are just underestimating it. I've seen a lot of players leave it short, just need another foot or two to get out of it. So, I mean, I think that the greens and then just the around the greens are so tough with this rough, and then the bunker with the sand being a little heavier, it can really penalize the players around the greens too.
Let's see here. Who do we have in this group? This is our 9 o'clock tee time. So Grant Gutig, Brian Lee, and Armand Khan. That's Armand Khan at the pin. Lee walking behind him. Grant Gutig had a phenomenal bunker shot at 15 today, and he was left over the hillside and stuck at about 8 feet, and then came back through with his putt, lipped out and ran about 9 feet down the hill, ended up finishing with a bogey, but still, and it showed how quickly 15 can get sideways on you. When I mean, he was walking like he thought he had gotten his putt, and it just lips out and it takes off down that slope.
Oh, that's so painful when you put a good stroke on it and then you're left with that. But so many things in life are how you handle what happens to you. So again, good life lessons to
And that's something that golf does so well. There's so many things that you can only control. When the ball leaves the club face, you have no more control over it after that.
Yes, absolutely.
And you catch one pebble, one wrong kick, one kick in the grass, and it takes a wrong turn, and all of a sudden a great shot goes awry, and then you've got to figure out a way to capitalize from there.
Yes, absolutely. You've just got to, do the part you can control and then kind of let it go from there, but not always easy to do for sure.
All right, so Khan's going to putt from the front of the green. First off, we're going to get Lee that will go with a little bump and run here.
That's an interesting play. He pulled the flag as well.
And there's the speed of that green. That is a beautiful shot. So soft with those hands. All right, back to 15, a tee shot here for the men. Again, that pin back there in the far left-hand corner. You want this ball under the hole. This is the big key today. Do not go long, because then you've got that slippery slope coming back down. And he doesn't like it off the tee. And it's off to the right side, spins off the green. Now the question, is it going to get the slope? It will stay up. So he'll have a tough chip from there.
That's going to swing quite a bit there to the left. And definitely if he can kind of keep it left and short of the hole, it'll be an easier putt.
Our second tee shot at 15. Another shot not liked.
Bunker left.
That's bunker left.
That's not a bad place to miss there, just if you can keep that next shot short of the hole, but still not probably what he was looking for.
And again, the front bunker rather than the back bunker is the one you want to be in if you're going to pick a bunker today. That back bunker is a super difficult shot for sure.
Absolutely.
Such a beautiful hole here, though. The signature hole here at Bellefonte Country Club. And I mean, just picturesque.
It really is. It gives you more than you can handle too with that green. It's just a beautiful look, and you got to just position it in the right spot.
Giving a good look toward this one. And that one's going to find the putting surface.
Oh, yeah. That's
and a nice ball right there. That's going to come down the slope. And a good look at birdie coming up there at 15. Interesting. Couple birdies on the green whenever they hit. So
yes,
that's always said that was a good sign when I was playing. A birdie on the green, I'm going to find a birdie there. But, I mean, you can take every day on this golf hole that ball right there, and you could probably put yourself in position for par all 3 rounds.
Absolutely. I think that's really the key, is just making sure that, you're giving yourself looks at birdie, but you're giving yourself a par at worst case. I think that's just really the key with Bellefonte, is give yourself a good look and stand on the tee, not trying to make a birdie, but if the opportunity arises, then take advantage of it.
This is Arno Whaley. He's a freshman out of San Jose, California, our 920 grouping.
Now, was that his drive? Because that was a big drive there. I'm guessing
I'm guessing this is probably not at the 16th.
Yeah,
He's come up short.
Okay.
So this will be his third shot, more than likely, there from the front of the green. So now, again, from this position where the pin placement is, do you like something that you try to fly to the hole and spin, or do you like a little bump and run and let it try to run up that slope?
It looks like he's going to carry it quite far back there, and let's see if he's able to hold it. Well, that's a good shot, really, there.
Yeah. And gets it up more on that flatter surface as well, which is a good location.
Yes, there's a ridge that runs through there, too. It's hard to see that, but he probably was able to carry it and has a good look at his par save there.
All right, so Noah Hu will go next, incoming senior out of New York, New York. And then the other player in this group is Dylan Logston. Logston on our leaderboard in a tie for fourth. 2 over today, even par on the tournament.
Wow. Solid playing there.
Soft hands there, wanting it to go, but still not a bad shot from that spot there in that rough. And again, the ball, you could see the ball sitting all the way down in that rough. And that's one of those plays that if you decelerate coming into, you can just flub that one so easily.
You could totally flub that. He had a great shot there. Nice hands, keeping it a little short of the hole, and we'll probably have a nice tap-in par.
So this is Logston, what I would assume would be a birdie run. And this would be big for him to continue his surge up the leaderboard.
What is he today on the day today?
Let's see here. Today, he is, as soon as I find him.
This putt's looking pretty good. Looks
That's
good.
a good roll just left of the hole. He is 2 over today after shooting 68 yesterday. But the man to keep an eye out for today is Cameron Phillips, last year's defending champion. He was 72 yesterday. He was 2 under through the front 9. Has not posted anything since.
Okay, I like his chances too. He has a tendency to go pretty low out here, so he'll be a fun one to watch these next 2 days.
Was at 17 under at one point last year in the final round and ran into some real problems out at 17. And it was a mixture of, I think, a little bit of pressure. The gallery was huge.
Oh, wow.
And I think I went out. I was actually walking the course last year and following the lead group, and I followed Cam on day 2 and day 3, and I know his dad very well. And you could kind of see the driver started going awry, which, I mean, he had just been splitting fairways in half all week long and hitting the ball so long. And he finally turned it around back at 14 and hit a bombing drive up 14, almost got it to the green, had a short little chip shot there. And then at 17, lost it over into 18, went over the green, came back across the green, and he was almost over at 2 tee box.
Oh my
and
goodness.
had to come back over, and I think he ended up with a double or triple bogey there at 17. But he had the big lead, but I mean, he could have really pushed that. And of course, you're in contention with that lead, and you're chasing after some guy named Justin Thomas's record.
Exactly.
So he did hang on for the record at 13 under par for the tournament. So, but yeah, that was a fun event to watch him play last year. And again, a hometown kid too that's played out here a lot.
That's always fun to see. Ooh, what a
Beautiful
good putt there.
putt. That's for birdie there at 15.
You called it. If you're at that look, you're going to have a good birdie chance for sure.
And he had the birds on the
He
green when he
did.
did. So
Positive omen. Yeah, I think that going back to Cameron Phillips, just a solid, I mean, 17 under, you said at one point, really going into number 17. And sometimes when you have a big lead like he did, it's hard you're kind of hanging on, like we talked about, instead of just trying to keep firing and do what got you there. So gives him some wiggle room this year to, come back, and keeps you fighting to have a good finish.
He's headed off to play golf at the University of Kentucky. He's super excited. I talked to his dad a couple of days ago. They played in the amateur out here, and I said, is he excited? He said, yeah, he's really ready to go. So, but he's a great kid, great golfer, and he's a guy that you put him in contention with a chance to look. He gets out early tomorrow. He could go out and throw up a big number and force Daniel He, who is our leader, to maybe have to try to do something big to stay in contention.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously it all happens on the last 18 at Bellefonte, and he definitely puts a good number in there, this back nine, and then kind of keep that momentum going for tomorrow. He will do very well.
For you, which one did you like? Did you like being the hunter or the hunted?
I always liked coming from behind. That was more fun because when you're up at the top of the leaderboard, it's sometimes lonely and you feel people chasing you. So this is the 6th hole here. I noticed that was my son there that had the miss of the putt there. I hope that was a birdie look, but
That was a good roll, though.
a good roll for sure. These greens are so true.
Yes. And 6 is a very challenging hole. And again, the camera angle we have doesn't do it true justice. It is a slope that is straight uphill from front to back.
Yes.
There's no really tiers to it. It is just a severely sloping green that goes from the front to the back. And again, if you leave the ball short, you're going to have a very difficult putt coming back up the hill.
Yes, absolutely. Number 6 is a tough hole. I mean, when I played here 30 years ago, it was wooded completely and it was more of like a horseshoe hole. Now they've kind of cleared that out and there's the pond there too, but just a tough second shot there and very slopey green.
So we bring in hole number 9 for the first time in the event. Again, we'll have a person over on the camera right now. Now it's just a static shot because we still have some stuff left back on 6 and 7, but we will get a person over on this camera. But our first look at 9 today, and a great look here at the 9th, and that one just sneaks by. A great look that just stays right.
And that is a tough pin there. Everything kind of slopes back towards it, but it's hard to hold it there. And I saw a couple of players go long earlier today because it does slope towards the back of the green, and if you're not careful, you can hit it over there.
Yeah, you're 20 paces on from the center, 5 off the right at number 9. So we're on the right-hand side of number 9, facing back toward number 6 green there. That's what you see in the background.
Okay.
So the 7th tee box is in between that blue pin there that you see. So that's the positioning going back that direction here at the 9th. Trying to get this one down. That's a good roll, but it won't fall.
Oh,
so close.
So many putts just lip out or just kind of hang on the edge. These kids are giving good looks at it. It's just sometimes they don't fall.
Believe that. Well, that was Xingtong Wang, who is up in the upper half of our leaderboard as well. So this is Sky Sun, who taps in to finish things out. Now to the 17th from the United Rentals Tower Cam, a bunker shot from that left front bunker.
This is a tough bunker shot here. He doesn't have a ton of green to work with.
And that's the thing when you look at this. Where are you, when you're looking at this shot, where are you trying to land the ball?
Well, I think I would be trying to land it just over that front fringe there and maybe on the fringe if you're not going to have a lot of spin coming out of there. These boys spin it a little bit more than I do, but I would try to land anything there. If you hit it on the fringe, it should roll down there. It's a downhill shot here, so if he can just get something just over that edge, definitely on the front fringe and let it roll to the hole would be a great shot.
And a good thing, it looks like he does have a fairly flat lie, which is big because if it was a downhill lie, it makes it even more of a difficult shot. An uphill lie would have been easier to get it up in the air. But then the question is, how well can they play out of the sand?
Exactly. Downhill to a downhill pin is not always an easy shot.
Really digging those feet in to try to get good positioning.
Get up there.
And just needed a little bit more.
I'm telling you, this sand is very penalizing. It's almost a shot to everyone I've seen in there. They struggle to get it up and down, unfortunately.
You see players at the tour level, and they make these sand shots, and they just make them look so simple. And one that comes back to remind me this year was Scotty Scheffler. I can't remember the tournament, but it was earlier in the year. It was the 15th hole, and he's over there lining it up, and I'm watching him do everything he's doing. I said, he's trying to hit this.
He's trying to make it.
And he splashes it out, and it rolls up, and it goes in, and you're like, that was his intention the entire time. He was trying to hit this, but just the finesse that these pros have, they make the bunker game look so very simple. And then when you get out on the course and you've got to go into those spots, you find out just how difficult of a shot that truly is.
Absolutely. And I think today's pins really are pulling in a lot of those bunkers. As you can see here, we're seeing a lot of players just miss, and then it's definitely a penalizing for them. I think today's pin placements, just as we talked about earlier, are a lot more challenging, and bringing in those bunkers, and they're showing to be difficult for these young players.
And the other thing too is that is an easy way to get inside your head.
Yes, once you hit not a good shot, and then you're trying to avoid it and you're kind of steering it a little bit, that's never a good feeling. And especially out here at Bellefonte, you have to just keep being confident and swinging through it. You can't guide it, or you're going to bring in some other hazards along the way.
Well, this is a good time to bring in Mr. Cameron Phillips. For the first time we've had him on camera, as he'll have his shot coming up here at the par 3 12th.
Has he posted any scores on the, because 10 and 11 are usually...
Let's see if we've gotten anything updated from him. No, still showing at 9, so...
Okay, those are kind of some good birdie opportunities, but then also can get you if you're trying to make birdie from the tee box. So hopefully he maneuvered through there well. And
let's see, yesterday at the 12th, he had a par after going birdie at 10 and 11. Swings it with so much power from that left-handed side as well.
He does, and this is probably a good-looking setup for him, being a lefty in that pin.
And he throws a dart up there that sticks on the front edge of the green, so he'll have a little bit of work left, but a good chance for birdie for Cameron Phillips here at the 12th.
That was a great shot there, just a little bit short, but right on line. He looks like he's very dialed in to the pins today.
So now Harper Ackerman out of Webster's Grove, Missouri, graduating senior this year. Good look at it. Does he like it enough to throw it at the pin? He's going to be short. And that's something the 12th will do so much. Posted 179 yards. It usually plays closer to 190 because it's uphill.
Yes, I was just thinking that same thing. And there is a little bit of a breeze, which would tell us it's into the wind. And I think those players, as you can see with both of them coming up short, this looks like a good putt here.
What a great putt at 17. Rolls that one in from the fringe.
Awesome. That's going to make, I think that's Lee, isn't it? He's going to be feeling pretty good after that.
You leave it on the fringe from the bunker, and then you walk up, you're like, man, why couldn't have I got that a little closer the other way? But either way, that's a good par.
Exactly. You'll take that 4 and go on to that next tee box. Very happy.
A nice job there as sneaks that one in off the left edge. So now clean up here, and I believe it'll be a round of pars at our 17th. 17 is a hole that I really like out here. It offers risk and reward from the tee.
Yes.
And there are different avenues that you can play this hole, which one includes going through 18.
Yes.
But the backside of it is that you have a blind shot to the green if you play it on that dog leg, and it really challenges you from every spot that you go on the course.
Absolutely. It's a very, very tough hole. It's a little easier from the ladies' tees, but the girls are playing it back farther too. So pretty much either way, unless you can consistently draw it, nice little draw, and get it halfway up the hill is what I used to try to do. But I think for the men, you're definitely hitting the 5-iron kind of in that landing zone, and you've got a blind shot. So, and then with that pin being on the left side, it's really bringing that bunker in today.
I was out Monday walking the course and doing some stuff, and I saw some kids playing a practice round, and there's a group came off 16 and they went towards 17, and I stood there and watched, and I hear 2 big sticks swing. Both of them hit trees, and then you hear an iron go and no trees. And I said, that kid knows how to play this golf course.
Yes, there's a lot of, when I was walking the course yesterday, I would hear a lot of big sticks, and then you hear the big tree, and you just don't know where it's going to bounce. Is it going to give you a good kick, or is it going to throw you behind the tree?
Well, I remember two years ago, Cameron Roberts was in contention coming to 15 and got a terrible shot. He flew the green at 15. And ended up in what at that time was a large grouping of bushes right behind 15. They have now taken those bushes, cut most of those down, mulched it all up, and that's a blue stake area, so you get relief.
Okay.
His ball was embedded inside, and he could not play it forward.
Oh my gosh.
So he elected to go back to the tee box and hit his third unplayable lie, and now he's playing 3, and he was amped up. Sprays it to the right, hits it over the green, leaves the green with an 8.
Oh, my goodness.
And so, he's coming to 17, and he has to make something. So we look over, and one of the members that does some of the stuff with us here on the broadcast, he goes, I know where he's going because I showed him how to do this. And he's looking at that hole, and he went up 18 with the driver to make certain that he could get there in 2 with a good look to spin it. And it was phenomenal to see him do that because I'd never seen anybody go that direction and actually see it live. But yeah, it's one of those things that you can play, but you have to. It's a high risk, high reward, but there's a lot of stuff involved.
There is, yes. I definitely like to play more of a conservative route, but these guys they can hit it a long way, and some of them will take an aggressive line back to hole number 6 that we were talking about, kind of more over the trees and give yourself an easier shot. I think 6 and 17 are similar in that regard with it, you can take a very, very risky shot over the trees, but it will give you a much easier shot into the green if you can pull it off.
And that's something about the golf course too, the way that it's built is there are a lot of fairways that slope left to right, right to left, and you have to play that into effect of the way that you're going to drive the ball, because if you don't take that into account, you're going to hit a great drive that's going to end up in the rough.
Absolutely. You really have to, if you can shape the ball out here, that's very helpful. Turn it over a little bit left or hit a stinger to the right, and just know what you're going to do consistently. That will play here all day. Straight plays Bellefonte, all day long. But there is some challenge with just never having a really flat lie here, and I think that's what really makes it fun too. I mean, I was talking to some of the members in the junior pro-am, and it's like you can play this course every day and not have a similar round, because you just could be on a different side or have a different stance. So it's just a fun course to play over and over because it's different every time.
Back at the 7th hole, this will be his 3rd chip at the par 3 7th.
This is Max Terrell here. He is a senior going to Bellarmine College. He's going to play next year. So
down in Louisville.
Yeah, down in Louisville. He's really excited about that.
It would be a hometown kid there in Crestwood over in Oldham County, not too far from the hometown of Justin Thomas of Goshen. And it's funny, a story with Justin Thomas. He said, he always says, everybody says he's from Louisville, Kentucky. And they're like, why do you say you're from Louisville? He goes, because I know nobody's going to know how to call it Goshen.
Yes, it's true.
I've heard him say that so many times. He said, nobody will know where Goshen is. He said, just say Louisville. It's close enough.
Close enough, exactly. My kids always laugh because I say Louisville. And they say, but it looks like Louisville. And I say, well, if you're from Kentucky, Indiana, you say Louisville.
Well,
roll it together.
I lived in Louisville for right at 10 years.
Okay.
And I would remember when we first moved into town and the convention center downtown, and they have the sign, and they've got like the 7 different pronunciations that you can say: Louisville, Louisville, and of course the one that's totally off, Louisville.
Louisville, yes.
But beautiful town. We really enjoyed our time down there, and then work brought me back this direction. So. Which is hometown for my wife and I both. We grew up in this area, so the golf superintendent here at Bellefonte Country Club, he and I were golf buddies all the way through school.
Wow.
So it's kind of full circle, getting the chance to come back here and see him at work and getting to play golf with him again, and sharing a lot of memories that we had playing in these years as they did during this time. So
that is great.
Back to 17 now. From the United Rentals Tower Cam, a long putt coming down the hill. Got to bend back and slow down. It got the cup. It'll slow it down and probably keep it on the green. That was the putt of Noah Hu. Who? There's Peanut Gallery from behind us in the production crew. They're always good for a couple.
It was a good putt there. It can just get away from you downhill. And again, we talked about these pin placements. A lot of them are on the edges today, and I think it's going to make for a tough last back 9 for these young junior players.
Here's Dylan Logston.
See if he learned something here. It looks like he did. That was
speed
good
was perfect. And that's something that we noticed yesterday with 17. 17 never sees shade during the day. And it was probably the first green that we saw that started gaining speed yesterday, and we've really noticed it today. Its balls are releasing with so little touch to them to get it going. So the greens are certainly firming up. They're certainly picking up speed, but 17 It's going to be a slippery slope tomorrow when they put that pin placement where they're going to do, of course, bringing that bunker back in over on that right-hand side.
Yes, absolutely. And you talk about growing up with the greenskeeper here. They've just done a phenomenal job getting this course ready with the rainy season that they've had here. And now you're starting to see the last couple days the greens firming up, as you mentioned. And I think that makes it for an exciting final round because really anything can happen.
I remember last year we were talking and the way the golf course set up and it was everything setting there. We thought we're probably looking, somebody goes out, posts 1-2 under par, you're probably in good shape. And then Cam Phillips just goes out and just tears this golf course up. And it was his first year here at Bellefonte, and the record goes down under his watch, and it just absolutely kills him that Justin Thomas's record went down under his watch. So.
Oh gosh, well, there's nothing you can do. Sometimes I think if ignorance is bliss, you just go play golf and you don't think about all the things. So that's probably why that happened. Great putt there.
That's a big fist pump there from Arno Whaley.
He moves himself up the leaderboard there.
He does.
Looks like he's 2. Was that for birdie?
That should have been. I would say that was a fist pump for birdie. That would get him for 3 under the day, would go 1 under for the tournament. Daniel He has given a couple back. He was at 8 under. He is now at even par today at 6 under.
Wow, 3 bogeys in a row by the leader there. I mean, like we talked about earlier, sometimes when you're alone on that leaderboard, it's lonely up there and people are fighting and you're a target. You got a target on your back. So great putt there by the youngster. I think you said he was a 2028.
Yes.
From California. He looks like he's got a good disposition about him and looks like he's playing very confidently.
We talked about Cam Phillips. He birdied 10, bogeyed 11. And then we know that he has a birdie run at 12, and I would imagine that they are well on to 13 by now. But some movement on our boys' leaderboard. All right, let's take a look at our leaderboards here then we'll go back out to 15. Again, our leaders in the clubhouse. Athena Singh today, 2 over par. She leads it at 2 over for the tournament. Meadow Tien, 5 over for the day. She's 3 over par. Madison Koshko. We could see a 1-2-3 pairing tomorrow of the same 3 girls all 3 days.
Wow.
Athena, Meadow, and Madison, all 3 have played with each other the first 2 days and could tomorrow too. Serena Wu has posted a 73 today, 5 over par to even at 3rd with Koshko.
The way they're listed here, it looks like Koshko will play with the leaders there.
Yes.
So that'll be a fun 3 day in a row. They're probably running out of things to talk about with each other when you play 4.5 hours with each other. But I'm sure they've played together many times. So
and Meadow trying to do the 3-peat. You know a little bit about that.
Oh, yes.
How difficult was it going back to back to back?
I think you can do it after you've done it twice. So one more didn't really seem that, unattainable. But there's always that person that thrives on knocking that person off too. So I think it's going to be a great matchup tomorrow. I think that with the course playing a little bit harder, a little trickier pins, the greens firming up, I think it's going to go to the person that just plays smart golf and doesn't try to get too cute out there. I mean, just go out and play. And if you got the opportunity and you're feeling it, then take advantage. But if you're not, just play smart. And, it's hard for people to do it. It's easier said than done, but I think it's going to be a great matchup tomorrow. It's exciting and they're all right there, which is really what you want. You've got probably 5-6 players that are all within 2 to 3 shots of the lead.
And you think of, and we talked about this yesterday with Madison being in that group, all of the feature is around Athena and Meadow. You're just kind of the lone duck that's in that middle, and you can kind of just hang around and let them do their stuff and sneak up and take them over without all the pressure that's on you at the same time.
Exactly. I think she just needs to get off to a good start tomorrow and just kind of keep hanging right there. And then, I think a lot of things can happen the first few holes. If you get off to a great start, make a couple birdies early with a par 5 there, number 1, and number 2 can sometimes be a birdieable hole. I think the pin will probably be in the front. I know it was in the back today.
For which hole?
For number 2 tomorrow.
Number 2 tomorrow, we will be 20 paces on, 5 off the right. So that top tier.
Top tier.
Right.
Okay, so then that's going to play a lot harder.
Yes.
Then it might not be such a birdieable hole, but number one, definitely. So she posts, 1 or 2 under the first 6 holes. You're right there in the driver's seat. And then, of course, I think a lot happens on 8, 9, 10, 11. Those are tough holes, but you can birdie them too if you're in the right spot. So that I think will be a kind of where that all happens tomorrow for the girls.
1 and 10, I think tomorrow for both of our leaders, those are must birdies.
Yes.
To get out, especially the start and the turn, to go get that momentum, to go. You kind of almost feel like with those 2 holes, if you walk off of that with a par, you've probably given one back to your competitor.
Absolutely. I think that 1 and 10 definitely are birdie holes tomorrow for these players. And, 11 surprises me so much. And 30 years ago, nothing's changed. These boys still try to go for that green. And I didn't see Cameron, but I did see that he put a 5 on number 11. And it's such a gettable hole if you just hit an iron and have a sand wedge in there and spin it. And I was talking to the rules official yesterday. I said, I do not understand what these boys are thinking. And I don't know with the girls either. I mean, I don't believe I ever hit driver on that hole. I think I hit a 7-wood or something up the left side so that you had a good look at it. I know it's a different game and they all want to try to drive that green and maybe have done it in a practice round like my 15-year-old says. So he's going to keep trying. And I'm thinking, what are you doing?
Well, I did it in a practice round. I can do it. I can do it
here.
in the regular round too.
Exactly. So I think that's going to be for the boys too, is getting through, I'd say 8 to 12 tomorrow. That's where you're going to see a lot of the swing. It always is. People want to birdie 10, maybe eagle it. And then 11, it's such a gettable hole if you just play it smart and not hit a driver up in the fescue. Maybe when I played there was fescue left, so that was more why we didn't go for it as much. But I'll tell you, there's no fescue there, but it is a tough lie
Yes,
when
it
your
is.
feet are that far above the ball.
Without a doubt. So not a tricky putt here, just firm to the cup. About a 5-footer to finish up here on the 17th. You got a feeling with the walking and the movement that he is doing here, this is, let me find my gentleman. I know who this kid is because he's from Texas.
Okay.
He's got a big Texas logo right in the center here. This is Hudson Grace. Jake Holzer, Hudson Grace, and Will Bellefonte. This is Hudson Grace from the Woodlands, Texas. You got to think this is probably a par putt.
Yes, absolutely. I like that he backed off. If you're just not comfortable, I think that's a smart thing to do. I think he's going to drain this one.
And burns it past the edge. Okay, over to 15, a tough.
Ooh, that's that back bunker.
There's that back bunker you don't want to be in, and there it is as it goes down the hillside.
Oh, that's a tough one
and
today.
And the positioning of where he was, that ball was probably on a downhill slope. He was trying to pick it downhill, and that is such a hard ball. When you've got you're short-sighted, there's just not a lot to leave. It's hard to get that ball up in the air. I mean, that was not much that you could do, and this one's going to be a tough shot here too. This out of the rough, though.
This one will be a little bit easier. It looks like he's going to try to flop it.
Yeah, I would try to get this one very high.
Oh, he does.
Yes, he does. Now settle.
Oh,
beautiful shot.
Great shot there.
He'll have a sneaky little 4-footer coming back down that hill, but that's a good location from that position.
Absolutely. It was a well-executed shot there, and hopefully he can make that putt because he does have a lot left there too. As good a shot as that was, I'd love to have seen it about 5 feet right.
Now tomorrow, the interesting thing is everybody will say when the pin placement is here, 12 paces on dead center of the green. You're putting a pin placement in the center of the green on a Friday location. That's right where the break is.
That is. There's that ridge that runs through there.
And yes, I mean, and it entices that shot that if you go too far, you're coming back down the hill. If you come up short, you spin it down the hill.
Absolutely. If you go right of it and you don't spin it all the way, now you've got the downhill slider as well. And I would advise the kids tomorrow to just take it right at the pin, and you'd want to ideally be 10 feet left, but pin high is kind of what I would suggest.
Take it at everything tomorrow is safe left.
Safe left, exactly.
But of course, you think safe left, and what does that bring in? The two bunkers. Somebody that designed this golf course had an idea what they were doing.
I think so. You're not around for 100+ years and hosting Kentucky Amateurs and the AJGA for 42 years and not being a difficult course.
On a golf course, too, that doesn't even tally 6,000 yards.
I know. It's the funniest thing to watch people's reactions because they think they're just going to tear it up when they see the yardage and they're like, wow, this, it's a par 70, but it's not even, or it's barely 6,000. And then when they go out there and you're seeing it today with the boys, I think they kind of tore it up yesterday.
Yeah.
Scores were a lot lower. I think the pins were really gettable yesterday. Today, they're in tough spots and you're seeing some of the players go back a bit. Looks like Daniel, he might have birdied 10.
Yeah, he's got a birdie at 10, so that gets him back to 1 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament. He leads Ben Cowgill by 3 shots. Qiyu Wu is even on the day, 2 under for the event. And then Arno Whaley we saw with a birdie back at 17, and he has not posted that. So I believe his score is 1 more than that. And, of course, Cam Phillips is lingering in the balance as well.
I think the boys are coming up. It looks like Arnaud's coming up 18 right here. So
okay.
He's got a lot of pep in that step. You can tell he's playing well and looks like he's right there.
We'll get over to 18 here in just a moment and pick him up. Good to see him bounce back from yesterday. He had a tough situation out on the golf course and really had to battle through it. And for a youngster, for what he had to battle, it was great to see him maintain and continue today with what he's been able to do. All right, back to 18.
Great.
Tough little chip shot here from the rough, but the ball is sitting up, and this is something that you can do a lot with this ball here with the ball sitting up. It looks like that Arno's ball is down in the rough that's right beside of it.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit easier for this gentleman here.
This is Dylan Logston.
This is pretty makeable, I think, if he can hit it the way he'd like.
I think anything less than 3 foot is probably a disappointment, and that's a very good chip shot.
Good shot. Yes, he'll have a nice tap-in par there. He's got to like that. I don't even see the ball on this one.
Yeah, Arno's he's going to have to go down and get this one. And now this is one that you've got to be careful because you can get this one very quick and it'll jump out and squirt on you. And by the pin it goes.
Yes, and we've seen that today. A couple players go past, and it really rolls out here.
Looks like he's trying to put some loft in this as he's coming up, playing those hands very high on that follow-through. Typically, you're seeing a shot like that, you're trying to be soft to it, just let it trickle up to the hole, and you have to think he had to watch what Dylan did there and had success with his.
Absolutely. I like that he's kind of putting it off his back foot so he can go down and get after it. Wow, what a shot there.
And that is. He went after it.
Going to roll out. Probably the best you could do, though, with us not being able to see that ball. And
that's the thing, is that ball was sitting down, and that's the difficulty of that rough around the greens that we're seeing today, is when that ball plays down, sometimes it's difficult to go get it like what you did when you can get an easy flyer from what Dylan had.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. It looks like Dylan's going to go ahead and tap out. He's got a nice short par putt here and just kind of clean that up, and then is it Hudson that's maybe putting for birdie?
This is Hudson here. This is Hudson here. And I believe we're going to have Noah Hu that's going to be putting for birdie.
Okay. Noah looks like he's got
back
a good
here.
look.
And he's going to give a little bit of that's going to give Arno a look as well, as he's going to move his ball over a couple of paces here to give
3 times.
Yeah. So again, the way that works is that if your ball is in the line of another competitor, you can mark the ball anywhere on the green. You just have to make certain you mark it back in the same position. So he'll go 3 back to the left and then place his ball back there when he goes to putt.
I always used to like to try to pick something out that I could kind of match it up a tree or something and then make sure I would remember to move it back because you're so into what you're doing, especially if you've got a good round going. You're anxious to get that moved back pretty quickly so you don't forget.
Yeah, with the look here from off the fringe, this is for birdie. And this is a putt that you don't want to get too aggressive with it because it is going downhill. And you can lose this one past the hole very easily if you get too much steam on it. And again, how is it going to come out of the rough? Yesterday, it was coming out of the rough like it was concrete. I mean, it would just slide right through the rough and the fringe.
That's a good pace there.
Yeah. Didn't do anything to give it away.
That's right. You always like to have it ideally roll a foot past the hole, but he had a good speed there, and like you were saying, that one could have been really quick.
And you get yourself, you're in the fringe, you're past the hole, you know what's long if you come back down the hill. That's when you put a 4 in your head and say, okay, I'm okay with a par here.
Exactly. Just finish with a par and go get it tomorrow. I think these boys are all having a solid round. Par on 18 is a very good score. You're not giving a shot or two away, and go out and get ready for the next day and get some birdies on the scorecard early tomorrow.
Okay, girls' cut has been announced. It is at plus 19. So, again, this is a cut tournament, so we will have the cut lines posted as we get them, as we are well working into the back nine. So this is a big par putt here for Arno Whaley. Whaley had a birdie here yesterday, coming off of back-to-back bogeys at 16 and 17. We believe he had a birdie at 17, which would take him for 3 under on the day and 1 under for the tournament. About a 10-footer here for par on the 18th.
We'll see if he learned anything from his the player that putted from the fringe, because he got a good look at it. It was on a similar line.
Just lost it to the left, and the disappointment there of giving one back at 18.
That is tough. 18 is a sneaky, hard hole, because you're hitting a blind shot, and if you're not, looking at your whole location sheet, seeing where the green goes, it is very deceptive, and a lot of times you feel like you're hitting the green, but you're hitting the right side, and it can fall off to that bunker. So it looks like those two boys definitely missed it a little bit on that right there, and that's what makes it tricky, is that blind shot into the green.
So Whaley finishes out with a bogey here at 18. So he'll give one back, but he is still in contention for tomorrow, and he will play in one of our final groups in the final day here at Bellefonte Country Club. All right, we're going to step out for a break. We'll continue our coverage here from Bellefonte Country Club. It's the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, as we continue our coverage on Cool TV.
Good morning, Isabella.
Hi, David.
Back for your morning routine?
Clark's Refresh Rewards program is something you'll flip for.
Hey, Isabella.
Hi, Annabelle.
Donut?
Don't forget the sprinkles. Cream and sugar.
Download our app today and enjoy all of the rewards. No flipping required.
Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Border Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size, with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Border Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Back at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Now that is the 12th hole. No look at the 14th from the tee box today, but a big bunker shot coming up from the right-hand side. Now again, if you're going to come from the right-hand side out of the bunker, this is the direction you want the pin. You've got a lot of green to work with. I believe this is the group of Will Jones. This is our 11-10. That was Will Jones out of the bunker there with Kazu Matsuyama and Griffin Latimer. That's Latimer walking off to the left side of the green, and then Matsuyama pushing his card up the backside. Greatly appreciative of Leanne Harden-Creevy for joining me for a very extended period of commentary and just talking about everything that she's had here during her times of her success in the Bluegrass Junior Amateur. And I mean, it's just having someone like that can offer so much insight of coming through the amateur ranks and then going to the collegiate level and then playing in the professional levels. It's just such a great thing to have, and greatly appreciative of her. And she's out with her son today, and she said she's not following him on the course. He just told her, he said, just watch me today. He said, I'm going to go out and play. So, but I believe she's going to come back and join us tomorrow. Whether or not her son makes the cut, either way, she said she will come back over and join us. So we're looking forward to having her join us tomorrow. The ladies are finished. Athena Singh, Meadow Tian, and Madison Koshko. They are going to be in their final pairing tomorrow. They have been in the pairings Wednesday and today. And that 3 group will be together tomorrow. And that is going to be a stellar final group. Now, I can't remember if we stay in on our final pairings if we go doubles or triples. I'll have to double check on that and see. All right, back to 17. Good chip from just off the green to roll up and sneak on past. This is our 950 grouping. Owen Malt, Ziying Wang, and Brooks Cole. So kneeling at the ball, that's Brooks Cole, junior out of Louisville, Kentucky. Great look here from the United Rentals tower cam. Peering over top the area out there that's called Triple T. And it was the reasoning back in before 2005 when they split the tee boxes up of 2, 5, and 18. They all shared the same tee box. And it was one giant tee area that just had 3 sets of pins in it for the tee boxes. And that's a really good roll that just comes up short at the front of the jar. But then in 2005, they split it up and gave each hole its own tee box. But that's the area that the locals and the members all call Triple T. Our Ziwing Wang out of Plainsboro Township, New Jersey. A junior this year coming in. Rolled down the hill and just bends it wide to the right. Again, great thanks to all of our terrific sponsors that have been with us throughout this event to bring you live coverage of each of the days so far. Trying to finish this up here at 17. And that one does go through. Clark's Pump and Shops, Ashland Community and Technical College, First National Bank, Primary Plus, Members Choice Credit Union, Greenup County Public Library, Border Sporting Goods, Bellefonte Country Club, Kerr Robinson State Farm Insurance, and United Rentals. Out at 9. Just past the hole there. I believe this is our final pairing to come through number 9. Let's see. Yeah, this is the pairing of Tyler Creevy, Max Terrell, and Carson Nicholas. That was Terrell that sent that putt. Another nice roll there toward the cup. That was from Tyler Creevy. And now Carson Nicholas, junior out of Lexington, Kentucky. All wearing white hats and white, very light-colored shirts. Terrell runs his past the cup. Creevy's going to kind of step behind and check his line after Terrell finishes things out. Carson Nicholas to go first. Slides it past the left edge. Now Creevy. And a nice putt there by him at the 9th. So now Nicholas to finish things up here at the 9th before making the turn and trying to make some damage on the back 9. And he gets that one to finish out. You can see the frustration there as he tosses the ball toward his bag. All right, out to 15. This is the group of Cam Phillips, Harper Ackerman, and Finn Johnson. Dandy of a shot, and that's going to trickle back down slightly. So a birdie roll coming up for Harper Ackerman here at the 15th. Now Cam Phillips birdied 14. He is at even par now. 7 strokes off the lead, led by Daniel. He is 1 under par today. Phillips giving this one a good look. He's going to bounce that one in and check it just below the hole. And a really good shot there by Cam Phillips for a birdie look at 15. So 2 balls from this group dancing, and now Finn Johnson, the sophomore from Louisville. See if they can get all 3 dancing here at the signature hole at Bellefonte Country Club. And that one's on the dance floor as well. First group today that has hit all 3 balls on the green. Now to the 17th. This is long and right. That's beyond the 18th tee box. So actually, I guess just in this case, where it would be just long. Gets it up on the green, catches the slope. This is going to turn out really nice. It's still well short, but from back there, 15, 18 feet from that spot, you'll take that every day. This is the group of Patrick Paquette, Miles Green, and Wushui Sun. And that was that was Patrick Paquette with that pitch shot from behind the green. So now a long putt coming up for Wushui Sun. Down the slope. I think we caught our camera operator off guard. Hey, he went quick. He's trying to pick up the pace of play. He's going to go ahead and finish out for what would be his par putt here at the 17th. And a good finish. So now you've got Miles Green and Patrick Paquette to still go. Paquette will be going for a par putt. I believe Green is going for a birdie roll here. So Paquette will go first. Again, a lengthy par putt coming up, but from where he was to get to that point, that is not a bad thing to have. We'll go back out to 15 as soon as our groups get to the putting surface for a look at 3 birdie tries. I'm just underneath the hole. So Paquette will give one back at 17. Now Miles Green, who got a good look off the putt there from Paquette. Trying to finish out what he's got left. And Cameron Phillips has gotten himself on the front page of the leaderboard and the overall leaderboard. He's 3 under today. He's got a lot of work to do with Daniel He still at 7 under, but not out of the question for Cam Phillips, who knows this course very well and went very low yesterday. Okay, out to 15 we go. This is Cameron Phillips and a run at birdie. This would get him birdie, and 3 under on the day. Excuse me, it would get him 4 under on the day, 2 under for the tournament. And this would be huge if he could get stuff going here to start that final push for 16, 17, and 18. It's got a bend and just underneath the hole. He gave it a look, but did not hold. So Phillips finishes out with a par at 15. And now it looks like it's going to be Finn Johnson. Right of the hole coming down that slope. This is a tricky little putt. You get too overzealous with this one, and you can roll it some 8-10 feet past the hole easily. He tried to do everything he could to touch it up there, and he'll leave it underneath the hole, so a par putt there. And now the toughest of the 3, the birdie putt of Harper Ackerman coming down the slope. Got a turn, runs off the lip, and takes off rolling. So 3 looks at bird. Looks like it's going to be 3 pars at the 16th. for our 1040 group. We'll try to pick up Ben Cowgill. We'll stay close with him as he's coming in, as well as Talon Bean. Those two are back-to-back groups. Bean went out at 11:40. Cowgill went out at 11:50. And then QU Wu is in the same group as Bean. So several of our guys on the leaderboard in the groupings close together. So we'll have those covered up nicely as they continue their push in here on the final 9 at Bellefonte Country Club. So pars around here at the 15th. Now let's go to 18. Bunker shot from the right side of the green. That is a nice shot right there. Checked it once in the rough, caught the fringe, and then keeps it below the hole. Beautiful shot there at the 18th. This is our 950 grouping of Owen Malt, Ziwi Wang, and Brooks Cole. That bunker shot was from Cole. This is Ziwi Wang. Cole's at +3 on the tournament, 1 under for today. Wang in a tie for 28th, 5 over. And that's a dandy shot right there that leaves him about 3 feet coming back in the backside. Wang an even par 70 yesterday. And now Owen Malt out of Portsmouth, Ohio. He's going to have a roll from off the green and is electing to take the flagstick out. Malt tied for 21st at 4 over par for the tournament, 2 over for the day. Shot a 2 over 72 yesterday. Good run up the slope, bending back down, and gets there. Owen Malt with a run for birdie at 18. The old Harvey Penick let it die at the cup. Beautiful putt there at 18 on the touch off the fringe to get the snake in. Now Brooks Cole. This would be for par. Didn't get it there. He knew it as soon as it came off the face of the putter that he didn't get it firm enough to the back of the cup. So Wang to finish out now and wrap us up with this group here at 18 as we get to the final stages of round 2 of the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. And a good finish there for Wang. We've not seen a projected cut line yet for the boys. We will check and see if we can come up with those. Had a chance this week to do some really fun stuff out at this golf course, and one of my favorites was going across hole number 15. From tee to green, here's a look.
Welcome to the signature par 3 at Bellefonte Country Club. hole number 15, where on Wednesday and Thursday for the boys, this will be a very short iron play, probably around 155 to 160 yards. The biggest issue with this hole is the wind. You get very little wind at the tee boxes. However, when you get up where you cross over the water to the green, the big issue you get is crosswinds. The other side of this green, it's a two-leveled green that shapes falling back toward the direction the ball is traveling from. So that is the big key for rule number one. The issue becomes on Friday is when we go to the back tee, because that brings in another element. For the boys on Friday, this is no longer an easy shot, as this plays around 215 yards from tee to green for one of the hardest holes on the golf course. Now, one of the things you want to do on this green is if you're going to miss pin high or keep it below the hole, because you don't want that downhill slope coming back. All right, now we've got that putt that's going back down the hillside here at 15. And this is one of the deals that you have to do two things very carefully. One, don't get over aggressive and run it past the hole, because you have a good chance of running it all the way down the slope. And two, you don't want to leave it short, because then you've got an even tougher shot coming back down the hill on a little tap in. Again, scared to death to even move the putter just because of that. I moved my putter maybe 4 inches. And that's what can happen at 15.
Since 1932, we've been a proud part of Kentucky, dedicated to serving our members with integrity, respect, and a commitment to excellence. We believe that by working together, we can create a brighter future for everyone. Whether you're saving for a new home, planning for retirement, or starting your own business, we're here to help you every step of the way. So stop wishing and start doing. And let's build a financially successful future together. Thank you for being a part of our journey.
The Greenup County Public Library system is the best. Read the latest bestsellers in large print, regular print, or audio CDs. You can also check out movies or place a hold on a book on our website, or call one of the library locations to place a hold. There are community meeting rooms available by reservation at all locations for clubs and organizations. And be sure to check out the Jesse Stewart collection at the Greenup County branch. Check them out on Facebook and Twitter. Primary Plus is celebrating 40 years of its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health care. With over 11 primary care locations throughout the region, Primary Plus believes in our communities and our patients. The Primary Plus name means primary care plus so much more, offering extended services such as women's health, pediatrics, dental, counseling, diabetes management, infusion services, and on-site pharmacy that offers free delivery. Primary Plus believes in connecting health care for you and your family and is always welcoming new patients. Learn more at primaryplus.net.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
All right, back here at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance from the beautiful Bellefonte Country Club here in Ashland, Kentucky. Out to the signature hole in the 15th. This is our 1050 pairing of Revy Desai, Jack Michael, and Grayson Clorn. This is Jack Michael out of Huntington, West Virginia. The long putt coming up the hill. This is for birdie. Got the good bend. Got to hit a house, though, and slow down. That's a great run from that spot there. And that's exactly where you want to miss that ball, is on that backside of the green. So Revy Desai is in the green shirt. He's on the upslope of the leaderboard. He's tied for 6th today. He's 2 under today, even par on the tournament. So Michael finishes his par at 15th. And now Grayson Clorn out of Louisville, Kentucky. We'll go ahead and take a look, and it's going to be Desai that's going to line this one up, the senior out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This would be huge for him, as it would get him to 1 under on the tournament round and leaves this one underneath the hole. Just needed to be a little more firm with it coming up. So a par for him at the 15th. And now birdie run for Clorn. Got it to come down the hill and falls in. So Grayson Clorn with a birdie at 15, and that's a springboard to the final 3 holes for their round. As our final group has made their way to the 10th. Now let's go to the 16th. All right, Cam Phillips now. This will be for birdie to get him to 4 under on the day and 2 under for the tournament. Missed it underneath the hole. As soon as it hit the putter face, he knew he'd missed it. So a tap-in par for Phillips at 16. And still a couple of holes left to work with to climb himself a little farther up the leaderboard going into the final round tomorrow. Phillips, a tough start yesterday. Birdied 1, then a bogey at 3, a double bogey at 4, and a bogey at 6. Went out in 38, came back in at 1 under par, had birdies at 10 and 11, and a bogey at 14. All right, we go back to 18 now as our groups are starting to work their way up. This is our 10-20 pairing this morning. Caleb Walsh, Brady Mason, and Seamus O'Halloran. O'Halloran has been around the front page of the leaderboard much of yesterday, has drifted away today, 5 over par. He's 6 over for the round. Shot a 69 yesterday. This will be Seamus O'Halloran here. Now Brady Mason. Brady, a local kid here from Russell, Kentucky. Lets that one fly at 18 and picks it up pretty quick. And the final pairing in this group, Caleb Walsh out of Center Valley, Pennsylvania. All right, back to 18 we go. Putt from the fringe. And a little bit past the hole. This is our 10-10 pairing this morning. Josh Cummins, Wyatt Merkins, and Charles Perkins. And lining up this long putt here, coming back up the hill, is Wyatt Merkins, senior out of Georgetown, Kentucky. Good putt at 18 as Wyatt Merkins sneaks that one in. And now Joshua Cummins. And a good finish for him. So rounding things out is Charles Perkins out of Greenwich, Connecticut. And a good finish for this grouping here on the final hole of their second round. Okay, out to 14 now. I believe this is our leader of Daniel He. And this is our leader, Daniel He. And leaves this one short, so he'll have that coming up the hill for a birdie chip at the 14th. He has not reported any scores since the 10th. 1 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament. He had gotten to 8, gave 2 back in the mix of a 3 bogey run at 6, 7, and 8 that took away all 3 of his birdies at 1, 2, and 4. All right, Shepard McKenzie throws this one on the green, gets it to stop, but it releases off the backside and will roll past the cup. Now the last ball to try to figure in this one is Alex Lee. First we go back to 18, an approach shot coming up the hill. This should be back at 18 and just say we'll go back to 14 first as Alex Lee out of the bunker. right front side of the green here with plenty of green to work with. Gets that one to sit soft. Up next to the cup, good effort from him. He'll have a par putt about 3 feet coming back. So our leader, Daniel He, from off the green, came up short on his approach shot. Okay, his score has been updated. He's now showing through 12. He's 8 under. So he's put together birdies at 10 and 11 and a par at 12. So still no score at 13, though, as he's playing at the 14th at the moment. Our cut line is currently at 9 over for the boys, as he gives this one a good run, and he'll have a tap in for a par here at the 14th. Plus 19 for the ladies. So the boys at the top 48 and ties. And at the moment, Tyler Creevy is tied for 47th with Michael Clifford Levy at 9 over par. Levy is in the clubhouse with the plus 9. Creevy is just getting ready to go back on the back 9. Little bender coming back, but needed a little bit more legs to get in there. That was the putt of Shepard McKenzie. Now he will finish out his par putt. So he'll stay at the top of the leaderboard at 8 under. Our ladies leaders, Athena Singh, Meadow and Madison Koshko. So Alex Lee to finish things out here at 14. Hazy sunshine here at the beautiful Bellefonte Country Club, and a nice little cool breeze has helped cool it off a little bit. It was sticky this morning, sun beating down. No fog to speak of today, so that was a good thing. And Lee loses this one off to the right side and is going to give one back here. All right, let's go back to 18. It's our 10-20 grouping of Caleb Walsh, Brady Mason, and O'Halloran. This is O'Halloran here. Just did not get that one going at all. Talon Bean and Ben Cowgill are in groups close to each other, one behind the other. And then Q Wu is in the same grouping as Talon Bean. So we'll keep a close eye on those groupings as they make their way through the back 9, which we have blanketed pretty much with coverage at nearly every hole. Over to 17, the United Rentals Tower Cam. This is Finn Johnson from the rough. Again, ball is not visible from where he's going. And now he was nowhere near the ball when he was taking his practice strokes. Okay, there's back where he is. And my camera operator just got completely faked out. Throws this one toward the hole, and that's got to stop. That's got to roll all the way down the slope and off the front of the green. And that's the danger of 17 from that position. Cameron Phillips, speaking of him, move him in a tie for fourth. A birdie putt here at 17. From well off the fringe. And leaves that one just wide of the cup. Depending on what he did at 16. Looking like he's definitely going to be in contention if something would happen with Daniel He and he would slide back to the field. Cameron Phillips is going to keep himself in the conversation as he's gone in red figures today at 3 under par. Good putt from way downtown that just stops at the edge of the cup and won't fall in, though. Great roll there from Harper Ackerman. Now Finn Johnson to finish things up as he's got to come back up the hill after that chip shot from off the green from behind the green at 17. Burns that one past, and he's going to give one back here at the 17th. So now Cameron Phillips for par. Firmly in the back of the jar for Cameron Phillips as he'll make his way to the 18th tee. Currently in a tie for fourth. Now finish things out as Finn Johnson. No problem with that one. So our group finished at 17. Beautiful look from there over top the 17th from United Rentals Tower Cam. As they make their walk off of the green and then over to the backside of what was called Triple T. Down at 15 and our leader, Daniel He. He a par here yesterday. Throws that one up on the far right side of the green. Gets the roll back toward the center, and that's not a bad shot from there. That's a good placement of that ball that'll give him a good look at birdie. Now Alex Lee. Lets that one fly toward the green. Sticks that one up, roll down there and go in. Alex Lee throwing a dart at the pin at 15. As he'll have a 3-footer for birdie on what's been the closest shot we've seen at that throughout the tournament. So now Shepard McKenzie, boy, that's tough to follow there. We've only had one group all day of all 3 balls on the green. No pressure, Shepard McKenzie. So now this would be the third consecutive group. They do so. Good look off of the club face, but loses that one off to the left side and into the bunker. And that's the bunker to be in if you're going to miss left on this hole. All right, back to 16, past the green. Gets the side spin and rolls it down about 10 foot to the hole. Not a bad leave from there. This grouping here is our 11 o'clock group. Tucker Gongaware, Parker Geldhoff, and Yuchen Lee. All right, so Geldhoff out of Lexington to line up a putt here at the 16th. Just past the cup, and he'll leave himself a couple of feet coming back. He'll finish things out for his par. And now Tucker Gongaware, incoming senior from New York. Good look, just under the hole on the right side. He has posted his score now through 14. He birdied 13, so he's 9 under for the tournament, 3 under on the day, and has a commanding 6-stroke lead over Talon Bean and Ben Cowgill, who are at 3 under. Cam Phillips and Ki Wu are at 1 under. All right, over to 15, and our bunker shot coming up. It's our 11-20 group of Alex Lee and our leader of Daniel He. This Alex Lee shot coming out of the bunker left side of the hole. Again, you want to start this up on the left side and let it trickle down the hill. He got that one way too good. Got it to stop, but frustration there as he smashes the club into the sand and then tosses it halfway up the hill. And that's what this golf course can do to you. It can frustrate you in so many different ways. And again, from that spot, not a terrible shot. I mean, he's obviously wants to be much closer, trying to save par. But in that position, not a bad position there. Speaking of position, an opportunity for Daniel He to add another birdie to his round. He's had 6 birdies on the day, but he's given 3 of those back, as he had an even 35 on the front, 3 birdies, 3 bogeys. This to be his 4th birdie on the back 9. That would get him into double figures for the tournament. A big right to left bender here for the leader. Just takes it past the cup up top and about 4 or 5 feet past it on the backside. Again, we'll be with you tomorrow. We'll start a little bit earlier tomorrow, probably around 10:15, so we can get our lead groups going off and bring you the final round coverage here from the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Down the hill to the cup and gets it to tumble in. Nice pace there for Alex Lee. Just had to get that ball moving ever so slightly down that slope, and that was a tricky, but that is a good sand safe for him. Now the leader, Daniel He, for par. And he takes that one with stride. He'll stay at 9 under par. Run over to the putting green. Arno's over there putting. Can you ask him when he finishes if he'll come over to do an interview with me? So now Shepard McKenzie to try to round things out here at the 15th and a round of pars. And does so. All right, over to 18 we go. Well, pitch shot from off the green. Needs that one to slow down. This is the group of Cameron Phillips, Harper Ackerman, and Finn Johnson. So Phillips lining up a birdie putt. Had a par on this hole yesterday. I just offered an interview for Arnold Whaley, and he's like, no, I'm good. Now, put that in perspective. He's the class of 2029. Phillips can't get that one to get underneath the hole and fall in, and he's going to finish with a par. So Phillips finishes out with a par here at 18, but a good round for him today, 3 under. As long as everything posts the same, he still has 16, 17, and 18 to update on the live scoring. And now Hackerman for his putt on the 18th. We'll do a flyover of this hole when we finish up here and after this putt, just to kind of give you a breakdown of what is in store with this. That's a really good read and just too much steam as it catches the edge of the cup and lips out. And now Finn Johnson. About an 8-footer here for Johnson. Trying to save par. And a good putt for him there to finish out 18. So handshakes all around. The defending champs made a good run today. Is it enough to put himself in a chance for a run at the championship tomorrow? As we look at the overhead view of 18, again, this hole slopes downhill to about where you see that 130 mark on your right-hand side. That's where it bends back in, and then you go back uphill. And you have an uphill shot to the very elevated green. 2 greenside bunkers. Typically, the one that plays the most is the one on the right. The biggest problem is when players go long on this hole and you are in jail. All right, back to 17, the United Rentals Tower Cam. Trying to walk it in and doesn't get it. So close, but it won't fall. This is the group that went out of 1050 of Ravi Desai, and this is him putting here at 17. Desai to tie for 6th. And a nice putt there for him. So good finishes here at the 17th for this group. As Ravi Desai tying for 6th. We'll head over to the 18th tee box. Went out in 34. A birdie and a bogey on the backside without reporting anything from 15 on. From 15th after that. Yesterday, a birdie at 17, a par on 18. All right, tee shot now at 18. He likes that one. You can always tell the spin and the twirl as he holsters it. So a good ball off the tee there at 18. That was Jack Michael. Now Ravi Desai. Desai would really like to get himself a birdie here. A birdie would bring him up to 1 under, put him in a tie for 4th with Cameron Phillips and Ki-Yu Wu. Phillips' round is finished, still with some stuff to report. And then Ki-Yu Wu hasn't reported since the 12th hole. Okay, back to 15 we go. This is our 11:30 pairing of Sun Sky, Zintong Wang, and Brandon O'Keefe. And this is Wang from the bunker. And for the 2 bunkers on the left side today, this is not the one to be in. You've got to get this one to stop at the fringe to have any chance of keeping this thing anywhere near the hole. And that one's gone. Down the slope it goes. And that is the difficulty here at 15 today. With that pin placement, it is hard to keep a ball on the dance floor in that top corner. And now we're going to get another bunker shot from this same grouping as Sun Sky. See if he learned anything from Wang's approach from the bunker. Much softer touch, and he's going to like the results of that one. Didn't quite get the rollout that I thought he would as he got it to check in the fringe. but a much softer touch coming out over there. So now Brandon O'Keefe, the only man to find the green here at 12 or 15, excuse me. We've seen this putt a few times today, about 30 feet, 35 feet up the hill and a tough right to left break. If you miss this, miss it left and under the hole to where you leave yourself an uphill putt. Coming down, good look, not too shabby from there. That's a good roll from that far away, especially on that green. So now Wang to try to clean things up. First off, we'll get the touch in from O'Keefe. So he'll finish out his par and walk on up the hill to 16. Now Wang, a long par putt here. After having a flyer come out of the bunker deep left. Wang at 5 over today. 5 over for the tournament after an even 70 yesterday. Trying to play that slope, running it back down toward the cup, and it's going to come up short, and Wang's going to give one back. So Wang will fall to at least 6 over. He hasn't reported anything since the 10th. And finishing 15, headed out to the 16th. Now Sun Sky, or excuse me, I flipped his name there, Sky Sun. Tie for 15th, 3 over par, after through 12, and he's going to give one back as well. All right, let's take a look at our leaderboards while we have a break in the action. We'll just take a look at the front pages of the 2 leaderboards here. Beautiful overview at Bellefonte Country Club. Athena Singh's in the clubhouse. Metal Tian is at 2nd place. Madison and Koshko in 3rd. They have played together the first 2 days. They will, I believe, play together tomorrow. I think they still do threesomes tomorrow as well. But either way, it'll at least be Singh and Tian in the final grouping, and those two have combined for the last 3 years of wins. Tian won it in last year and the year before. Singh won it back in 2022. Daniel He at 10 under, or at 9 under, trying to get to 10 under. Talon Bean at 4 under. Ben Cowgill is at 3 under. Kiyu Wu's at 1 under. Cam Phillips has finished his round. He's at even par now, and a tie for 5th with Will Jones, who's made a nice run today. He's at 16 with two holes to play. Ravi Desai, keep an eye on him. He's at 1 over par for the tournament. Coming up, our final holes here at 18. Searching for a golf ball in the marsh at 17. That's never a good place to be. That is a ball that's been blocked out very badly to the right. Take a look at the overhead of 17. This is a very difficult hole. Even you get look at the yardage and you get caught up. But the tee box takes you straight down. This starts down the hill and then makes a hard dog leg left. And that tree that you see right there past the cart path, it overhangs and cuts off that corner. So from that point, when it starts back in at about 131 yards, that's all uphill now. 2 green side bunkers front on both of those, and then that water way off to the right. That's what I'm saying. That ball was lost way to the right on a shot from there. Most people will take an iron off the tee here and try to put it out there about middle of the fairway and then try to play up the hill from there. But this is the group of Will Jones, Kazmu Matsuyama, and Griffin Latimer. That's Latimer down there searching in the green and black shirt. All right, back to 18. This is walking up the green, Ravi Desai, incoming senior out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's see if Jack Michael's going to go first. He's got his ball marked, but I think he's just taking a good long look at it while Desai's going to work off the green. So a good couple of feet off the putting surface, but from the fringe on the front collar, Desai looking at a birdie here at 18. Had a par here yesterday. Gets a good firm roll. Trying to walk that one up, and he'll still have some work to do for a par. I think he knew it as soon as he came off the putter face. He didn't get enough to get it there. And let's see if Jack Michael learns anything off of the ball coming up that little bit of a slope. You got to get it there first. Michael, a long look here at 18. We're giving this one a wrap. It's a good look. It's got to go, though. Just off to the right. Perfect speed there by Jack Michael here at 18. So he'll tap that one in for a par. Michael tied for 9th since the last time he reported. He hasn't reported anything since the 14th hole. And now Grayson Clowern. Nope, first we'll get Desai. And Desai with a par at 18. All right, back to 14. Okay, this is in between holes 12 and 13, coming back to the green of 14. This is a shot you record. Trying to get it up toward the green, comes up short, and it's going to be off that left-hand edge in the rough. Got an approach shot there in the center of the fairway, and then one just shy of the bunker. Not a bad shot there. Got the hop right at the front corner of the green. And no, this one will be from the bunker. That's a good-looking shot. Go in the hole. Oh, so close from the bunker at 14. You cannot walk that one up there and put it any better. All right, so Griffin Latimer, Canton, Georgia, graduating senior, has taken a drop at 17. So they're saying this is where they believe the ball has entered. So has taken a penalty stroke and a drop. Now coming from off the right side of 17. Gets the hop and the skip there out of the rough. That's a dandy ball. And that'll leave him probably that left over for a bogey. And a locust in the way, I believe. I was waiting to see if we were going to get the squish. Maybe it's not. I don't know. He keeps moving around. That's Kazu Matsuyama. If that was a locust, he didn't care. He's like, that's not my line. I'm going to leave it alone. All right, let's go to the back of the green and Will Jones. Jones has put himself in contention to make a run tomorrow. In a tie for fifth at even par, he's 2 under for the day. This a long birdie putt from the back of the green. This putt will pick up speed coming down the hill. And we've seen this location several times today. Jones from nearby Moorhead, Kentucky, the pride of Rowan County. Gives it a good run down the hill. Got to hit the house, though, and grab some breaks, and that's the dangers of 17. When you're coming from the back of that green, you try to give it so much, and it has really picked up the pace. We watched it yesterday. We have seen it even more today. 17 is really starting to get some speed to it, and a lot of that has been thanks to the heat. The winds have started to dry these greens out. They are firming up, and they are speeding up, and I would say tomorrow we are going to see them really pick up the pace as they're going to roll them down and mow them down again, trying to get things ready for our final round. Now Latimer for bogey. So that's going to be 2 back for Latimer here at the 17th after losing a ball right into the water. Now Kazu Matsuyama. Under the cut line at the moment. Again, projected cut line is at +9. Matsuyama's at +10. And he walks that one in for a par. So ties at 45th. Get +9 in. That's Michael Clifford Levy, Yuchen Lee, Max Terrell, and Tyler Creevy. And now we go back to 18. So out of the bunker, over the green, and now here, this is right in front of our tower at 18. Runs this one down the slope, starts the bend to the left, and has about a 10-footer coming back in. That was Yuchen Lee, who needs a par here to stay above the cut line. I'm not certain what happened on that par putt or on that putt from there, as that was Parker Geldof. Not certain if it was just a misread, a mishit, or what, but came up woefully short on that one. You could see the frustration as soon as it left the putter face. Now Parker Gongaware back up the hillside. That's a good-looking roll there at 18 for Gongaware. Gongaware tied for 15th at 3 over par. He's 2 over today. And Geldof is going to give one back here at 18. Geldof will not going to be around playing tomorrow as he's under the cut line. So right now it's the players that's tied at 45th that it's in. The top 48 in ties get in. So at 41st place is Caleb Walsh at 8 over. Or I guess top 45 would be the... Or no, 48 is right, 48, because you got two guys at 41, 3 guys at 41, and then 4 more at 45. Beautiful look over top of Bellefonte Country Club. That's much of the front 9. Backside there of hole number 2, then the par 3 third, and coming back up hole number 4. That's a tough little bend right there too. Hole 2 playing uphill, left to right out of the fairway. 2-tiered green. 3 a very small green guarded heavily by sand. 4 bunkers guarding it. A pot bunker on that back corner. Hillside and rough right. And then the 4th coming back down the hill, turning right and then up toward the green. Another look back over top. Of course, this is back at the turn. Back toward the practice area. 16 and 18 there coming up in the bottom of your screen. Practice area, the pull off to the left. Fairway of 1. Another practice area. Then hole number 9, the practice green area. There's tee of 7 going back out. And then the 8th hole makes the trip down past the driving range and then turns and comes back out 9. Again, we've had every hole on this week except for 8, and 8 is the most difficult hole to get. It's in that back corner, and the cell service back there just does not work well. So that's the reason we have not. But every other hole this week in some form or fashion has been on the air. So 17 of the 18 holes here at Bellefonte Country Club, we've given some camera time to, and that's a remarkable feat in itself for what our crew does here at Cool TV. Big hat tip to my entire crew all this week. Our executive producer is Jeff Irwin. Our executive director is Trey Collier. Out on the course, Jacob Hankins, Cam Bryan, Philip Roark, Felicia Collier, Rachel Irwin, and Katie Irwin. Phenomenal job by all of those today. Again, battling the elements and the heat. Some of us have been at the golf course since about 7 this morning. Everybody was on site by 15 till 9, in their positions by 10:30, and ready to rock and roll. So we'll do this again. We'll probably get going a little earlier tomorrow, probably closer to 10, with a shortened field and earlier tee times for everybody, because we want to make certain that we get our leaders going off the first tee box. So we'll get an earlier start tomorrow, but we'll have you start to finish for the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Will we see history tomorrow as it is in reach? Daniel He is in double figures. The sophomore out of Irving, California. 4 under today. He's 10 under on the round. He has 4 birdies on the backside with 2 to play. And he is starting to run away from the field. Talon Bean alone in second at 4 under. Qiyu Wu back at 2 under. Ben Cowgill now 3 over today. He's fallen out of contention. He's at 1 under par. He was in a tie with Bean at second. And then Griffin Huckabee, a quiet 1 over, has gotten himself into even par in 5th today. Athena Singh, Meadow Madison Koshko. Those 3 have been together all week, and they may be together tomorrow as well. We know for sure Singh and Tien will be in the final group. I'm not certain if we're doing doubles or threesomes tomorrow in our final pairings, and I'll check on those in just a bit. Back to the 17th from the United Rentals Tower Cam, coming down the hill, bending back toward the hole. Not a bad run from there, and should be able to tap in and finish that one up fairly easily. That was Alex Lee coming down the hill. This is our lead group of Daniel He, so an opportunity maybe for another birdie. Shepard McKenzie, a good roll, but sneaks it underneath the hole. I think we just got to wave to the tower cam. He got to the cam, he got to his ball, and look, all of a sudden, Alex Lee looked and said, "Look that way, they're filming us." Okay, so we believe this is a birdie run for Daniel He to get to 11 under. Never mind. This is a par putt. And he gets it. Numbers are hard for people. They're just so hard for people. So either way, we believe that he has got a par at 17. So he two-putted. Okay, so a par for him. So he'll stay at 10 under. And now Alex Lee. I'm pretty certain he pointed out our tower cam. So our leader making his way to 18. Have we had our final group come through 15 yet? Okay. There is your current leader, Daniel He. 4 under today. He has a total of 7 birdies, but he gave 3 back with 3 consecutive bogeys at 6, 7, and 8. Or he would have this in a runaway fashion of going into the final round tomorrow. Are you looking for registration? Go down those steps. No, right here. Right here. All right, so he's away at 18. He's eyeing it down, and that looks like he's pointing toward the left, and depending on where that lands, he should be okay. All right, now Shepard McKenzie. He lost that one left as well. And finally, Alex Lee. Hot and sticky afternoon here on this Thursday. First day of the U.S. Open at Oakmont. Pull up some scores from there and see how that one is playing today. J.J. Spawn with a 466 today. Thriston Lawrence a 367. Sam Burns and Sunjay M tied for second at 3 under. They're still on the golf course. Siwoo Kim's in the clubhouse at 68, 2 under par. Brooks Koepka at 2 under par. Christian Buchholzheisen is at 2 under. Patrick Reed, Bud Cauley also at 2 under. Colin Morikawa at 1 under par, tied for 10th. Jordan Spieth tied for 24th, even par. Scotty Scheffler tied for 43rd, 1 over par.
It's charging, but it's not keeping up. I plugged it up on 7%. It's charging, but now it's on 2.
That's what I'm saying. We need to find a bigger charger. A bigger block. Unplug this from my phone. Which one is it? This one? Beautiful look here at the 15th. Here's an interesting shot that we did this one with my drone earlier this week. This is coming from that left side bunker, and this will just show you how much incline that you get as you come up the hill. And then there's your pin placement. That was where it was on Monday. That's pretty close to where it's going to be tomorrow. It is going to be dead center of the green, 12 paces on from the center of the green. So Daniel, he our leader. He's in the fairway at 18. Again, we believe he had a par at 17, so he's still at 10 under. The course record is 13. Here's a chip down the hill at 17. Listen, nobody talk anything about umbrellas if it comes from Cam Bryan. This is our 11 o'clock group. I believe this, or 11:30. This is our 11:30 group. Sky Sun, Xingtong Wang, and Brandon O'Keefe. This is Sky Sun off the green. Looks like he's got a good lie. You can see the ball. I think you can get aggressive with this one. Try to jump it onto the green and let it run. He left it way too short. Got a little bit of a skirt toward the front, but he needed about another 6 inches to get it on the green. All right, here's the approach shot of our leader, Daniel He, from the fairway at 18. Currently at 10 under, a 6-stroke lead over Talon Bean, who's at 4 under. Only 4 guys in red figures. So he is on the green. He'll have a par or a birdie putt coming back down the hill. And now we've got a player over the hillside. Now we go back to 15. A birdie putt up the hill off the fringe, and can't get that one to connect. This is one of our later groups. This should be our next to last group today. This is Cam Sharp, Nathan Chapman, and Michael Vivione. That's Chapman bent over there, marking his ball. So now this is Michael Vivione from just on almost the same location there of Nathan Chapman. Big thanks to the great folks for the AJGA getting us pictures today of all of our groups. Helped us identify all these players by names and connect them when I could get to the correct picture. Some of that was totally on me, but so appreciative of everything that they do. Ryan Flanagan and his group, he's the regional director for this area. Michael O'Connell is our tournament director, his first time here at Bellefonte, and he's done a phenomenal job, and his great staff Can't say enough about all the work that the great young ladies and young men do for the AJGA. Most of those working as summer internships and in sports management and other degrees, but greatly appreciate everything they've done. Always a pleasure in here in our third year working with them here in our coverage of the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. Slippery putt there by Chapman. He's going to give one back at 15. We'll go back out to 18 when our leaders get to the tee box. Looks like we've got a bunker shot coming up. Oh, he's already hit. Okay. I kind of need to know that a bunker shot is coming before they hit it. All right, back to 18. So from the back of the green, this is Shepard McKenzie. Down the hill. Really good pace. Go in. Just off to the left. That's a great run there by Shepard McKenzie. And he'll take that for a par. And you can see the spot there of Alex Lee. Let's see, are they going to do a rock, paper, scissors to see who putts first? Shepard McKenzie, he's gonna finish it out with his wedge. He's not even gonna go get a putter. That's nice. Would have been nice to know we had that shot coming. All right, now your leader, Daniel He. This to get to 11 under, we believe. Yeah, he hasn't reported anything for 17. We believe that was a par at 17. So this would get to 11 under and would be 2 strokes off the tournament record of 13 under set last year by Cam Phillips. A 6-stroke lead, this to get to 7. About a 13-footer down the slope. A little bit of a break for birdie. Nice touch. That's a great roll. Again, he gave himself an opportunity. You don't want to leave a birdie putt short in that case, and he gave himself an opportunity to get it down the hillside. So he'll tap in for a par, which should leave him at 10 under for the tournament, but a great second round of Daniel He is going to go back and say the second round of what could have been 3 consecutive bogeys, 6, 7, and 8. But even par 35 on his front 9. He'll go 4 under 31 on the back 9. And he'll have himself in the catbird seat in the final pairing tomorrow for the 2025 championship. All right, out to 17, the United Rentals Tower Cam. This is our 1140 pairing of Kiyu Wu, Lithvik Jarman, and Talon Bean. This is off the green. This is Kiyu Wu, who is in third place right now at 2 under par. Nope, we're going to come back down to the bottom of the green and get the chip first. Soft hands, great touch around the green right there. As that was Lithvik Jarman. And now we've got Kiyu Wu, incoming junior out of Beijing, China. Good lie here. The ball is sitting up in the rough, so I think he can get aggressive with this shot, but you don't want to get too overzealous and run it past the cup. Great speed, great touch right there, and that's what we've talked about all week with these kids. They're just so phenomenal with how they strike the golf ball, how they shape the ball, their touch around the greens. Everything that they do is just so remarkable. That's what makes this event so much fun, covering it. You see some of these kids that you know someday down the road you're going to see them playing at the next level. All right. This is Talon Bean for birdie, I believe, at 17 to get to 5 under par. Hasn't not reported since the 14th, though. Got to hold down. He got aggressive with that one and runs it past. He's going to leave a lot of work for a birdie putt or par putt coming back. Words are getting hard. Little grab of the heart there is a little tricker right there at the hole. So now Bean for a par putt from about 6-7 feet. And loses that one past the hole, so he'll give another one back. As Daniel He's lead is going to increase, as he is looking like a one-man show coming into tomorrow with what could be a 7 or an 8-shot lead with 18 to play. So Jarman to try to finish things out here to wrap up 17. And then we're going to take our final break and the home stretch to wrap up day number 2 here at Bellefonte Country Club. Par putts around, and Bean gives another one back. We'll bring you home when we return. The 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance on Cool TV.
Hello, everyone. I am Rick Clark. Let me introduce you to Carlisle, Annabelle, and Zach.
And as you can tell by these commercials, this family has a lot of fun.
We have a great team here at Clark's.
And we would love for you to join our family.
Whether you're a young person looking for your first job, someone who's looking for extra work, or maybe you're ready to start a career at a growing company, we want to talk to you. To find out more and start the process, go to myclarkspns.com.
Clark's Pub and Shop.
Return,
refresh,
refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Border Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Border Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to BellefonteCC.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Good morning, Isabella.
Hi, David.
Back for your morning routine?
Clark's Refresh Rewards program is something you'll flip for.
Hey, Isabella.
Hi, Annabelle.
Donut?
Don't forget the sprinkles.
Cream
And sugar.
Download our app today and enjoy all of the rewards. No flipping required.
Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Border Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Border Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Back at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Here on this beautiful afternoon in Bellefonte. Look at the girls' leaderboard there from the bridge at 15. Athena Singh's your leader, trying to go for the championship for the second time since 2022 with unseating the back-to-back two-time champion, Meadow Tian, who's trying to go for her third consecutive. But today, a 5 over 75 that gets her 3 over for the tournament. And in Madison Koshko and Serena Wu at 5 over. Give me 1 second. I'm going to verify something before we move forward here. On our leader pairings tomorrow, will those be twosomes or threesomes? Thank you very much. Okay, so I have confirmed we will play threesomes tomorrow, so it will be the same 3 ladies all 3 days of Madison Koshko, Athena Singh, and Meadow Tian. If that doesn't get you excited for the game of golf, you might want to check your pulse. I'm already excited for those 3 to duke it out tomorrow. And again, not to take away from anybody else. Those 3 have played phenomenal, but you've also got some other stuff behind it. Serena Wu, who's in a tie for third at 5 over. Angela Liang at 6 over. Grace Gao at 6 over. At 7 over, Audrey Zhao. Eva Lims at 8 over. Hannah Munn at 9 over. And Sadie Goodman rounds out the top 10 in a tie for 9th at 9 over par. Our cut line was at 19 over. Piper Dunn of Lexington, along with Kexan Zhang, are at 19 over par. So a full look there of our girls' leaderboard. We'll look at our boys' leaderboard as we get a little closer to finishing up today. We go back to the United Rentals Tower Cam out at hole number 17, a 325-yard par 4. Chip from the left side of this is in the rough, but it is sitting up nicely, and we've seen this shot a couple of times today. With the ball up, they've been able to do something with it. The ball gets nestled down. It gets to be a little bit difficult. Let's see who we've got here. I believe this is our 1150 group. I'm waiting to see another person in here. There's the slope. Needed it a little bit more. That's still not too shabby from there. And that just shows you how quick that shot was and from that position. So this is Seth Barker, Miles Pena, and Ben Cowgill. That was Cowgill with that little toucher down the hill there. All right, this is Miles Pena on the pitch shot from out in front. And then Seth Barker in the black. Yeah, we're going to get an early start tomorrow, sometime around 10:15ish or so. We'll see how everything plays out in the morning. We might get going at 10. It's a shortened field, so they get everybody going off. So what they do is they'll get the girls off, the boys off, and then your last two groups of your leaders for the girls, and I believe it's the last three groups for the leaders for the boys, go out in that order. And we want to be certain to be on the air when the leaders go off of one, and then we'll keep you covered throughout the entire event here on Cool TV. Again, it's supposed to be another warm day tomorrow here in Ashland. That's a nice putt. As Seth Barker drains one here at 17. Our leader, Daniel He, just stepped into the clubhouse. So this has been Cowgill. Ben Cowgill currently in fourth at 1 under par on the tournament. He's 3 over today, though. And lost that one to the right. Looks like he'll give another one back here at 17. All right, over to 16. This is our final group. This is Tyler Creevy, Max Terrell, and Carson Nicholas. Can't tell if that's Nicholas or Creevy from behind. I believe this is... They're both wearing white hats. Okay, so I think this is Nicholas, just looking at his shirt. Little chunk shot, trying to roll it up there, and that's a nice shot from off the green there at 16. Keep rolling, ball. Nice little touch in there for a couple of footer to finish. Max Terrell there in the white Titleist hat. Looking down the list. Terrell and Creevy are all in the cut line safely right now, which has moved to 10 over par. Nicholas is safely in. He's at 3 over par for the tournament. This is Terrell trying to roll one up there tight and does so. All right, so Creevy has removed the cap. He is at 8 over. He birdied at 11. Has not reported anything, though, since the 13th. Had a 4 over 39 on the front 9. Soft little touch. Not a bad shot from that location, young man. That's a tap in from behind the green for, I believe, to be a par. Okay, so that'll be a bogey there at 16, excuse me. So Terrell finishes things out. And now Nicholas. Carson Nicholas finishes at 16. Well, let's look at our boys' leaderboard as we get our players to make that final push up. Is beautiful look over top. Daniel He in the clubhouse at 66 today. He goes 64-66. Talon Bean at 4 under, but has not reported since 14. Kiyu Wu at 2 under. Ben Cowgill at 1 under. Griffin Huckabee in the clubhouse at 71, 1 over par today. He's at even par. Cameron Phillips at even par today after going 2 over yesterday. Will Jones also even in a tie for 5th. Then William Stewart, Arno Whaley, and Ravi Desai at 1 over par. Page 2, Dylan Loxton, Jack Michael, Cameron Sharp, Michael Vivione at 2 over par and a tie for 11th. Tie for 15th with Clay Noble and Carson Nicholas. Hudson Grace, Harper Ackerman, Rithvik Jarman in a tie for 17th at 4 over. And then Armand Khan at 5 over and a tie for 20th. Page 3, Noah Hu, Jacob Holzer, Brooks Cole, Wyatt Merkins, Seamus O'Halloran, Finn Johnson, Tucker Gongaware, Griffin Latimer, all jam-packed in there at tied for 20th at 5 over. Owen Malt, Joshua Cummins at 6 over par and a tie for 29th. Also in 29, Shepard McKenzie, Brendan O'Keefe, Seth Barker, Grant Gutig, Eric Lee, William Bellefonte, Grayson Cloran, Sky Sun at +7. Brian Lee, Miles Green at +8 in a tie for 39th. Wushi Yu Sun, Caleb Walsh, Miles Pena, Tyler Creevy at 8 over par. We believe Creevy just gave one back, so that's going to move him back at the cut line at 9. And he hoping that cut line stays at 10, which still keeps him in the field. The last 4 in right now would be Patrick Paquette, Kazu Matsuyama, Xingtong Wang, and Nathan Chapman. All of those at 10 over would make the field tomorrow. This would be your cut line at 11 past this. Again, 36-hole cut here in this event. And all of these players here on this last page will not be around tomorrow, barring that if that cut line would move in their favor toward the 11 over, that would get Lou and Lee in. If it moves to 9 under, that's going to drop out some 10 over guys. All right, in the cabbage over on 17. This is Nathan Chapman. Long on the green at 17. Every shot that we've seen from this spot today has had the same result. A screamer past the hole. This is a ball that I would like to see probably high and just landed about a foot or so on the green and let it roll to the hole. 17 has turned into a speed zone. Down the slope it goes. Got the check when it came in. That's odd because that's the first time we've seen a ball from that location check like that. That's still a good location coming down, but a little bit of work to do with about 6 feet to go. Michael Vivione with a long putt off the far side, but let's see if we're off the green. I believe, yeah, we're off the green. And a putt coming up the hill. That's a great roll by Cameron Sharp. Now Vivione. Long putt coming down the hill. We'll have a little bit of movement to it. Good run just past the hole. That's a great run from there. Vivione flirts with birdie at 17. Now Chapman to finish things up. Good putt all the way around. Oh, that is tough. All right, out at 18 now. Sky Sun, Xingtong Wang, Seth Barker, Miles Pena, Ben Cowgill. This here is Seth Barker with the putter from the fringe. Coming up the hill, great run from there. Incoming senior out of Richmond, Kentucky. Miles Pena looking at his run from behind the hole. Barker will go ahead and finish. Pena at the moment safely in at 8 over. Now he's at 9 over. He's just updated, so he is above the cut line, which is at 10 over par. Trying to sneak this one in, and it's going to slide past about 3 feet. So don't hold your breath, but Pena needs that putt to play tomorrow. You want to talk about a knee knocker. There's not much to this putt. He's just got to be firm to the cup with it. He'll get a little bit of movement, but not a lot, and that's a good putt for him. He'll play tomorrow. So that group is finished up. We have 2 groups still out on the course. To wrap up the second day on moving day of the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Had a chance this week to catch up with the regional manager of the Natural Resource Partners, Jay Perry. Let's hear from him.
All right, now with Jay Perry, and tell me a little bit about your connection to this tournament, because you guys have a lot invested in making this thing the event that it is.
Right, yeah, James. So we're the title sponsors. So we've been title sponsors since 2004. And it was just an opportunity back in 2004, and some of the folks in the office decided to sponsor it at the time. And then it's been through a few people in the company to be chairman. And so I've luckily got the opportunity with Jeff Conley to be co-chairman of the tournament. So it's been a great opportunity, and learned a lot, and a lot of fun too. So it's a good cause and raising money for local high school teams, ACE grant, and it's been a lot of fun.
You get an opportunity on today with the amateurs. You get a chance to go out and play around with those. How special is that of being a title sponsor and get to see what this is all about?
Right. It really shows you how bad my golf game is when you get to play with some really good kids that hit the ball long and straight, and they hit a lot of greens. So it's fun to show to really see the opportunity to play with these kids and see what it's all about. So it's amazing watching them play, because they got a lot invested, and hopefully a lot of these kids will go on and get a scholarship and go to college and use golf as a means to go to college.
I was talking with Jeff just a few moments ago. He said 42 years they've been doing this tournament here,
right.
And it's just something that in such a little quaint town of Ashland, Kentucky, and Bellefonte Country Club, it keeps coming back, but it speaks volumes of what this tournament really means.
That's right, and you can see the support with the golf course, the community, and the volunteers out here this week, James. So it's been really, if it wasn't for the volunteers and the community being invested in it, this tournament would not happen. So we're just lucky to have the opportunity to be title sponsors, and it was a great thing for us, and we really enjoy doing it. So
we greatly appreciate everything you do for us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Okay.
Big thanks to Jay Perry and all the great folks with the Natural Resource Partners for everything they do to help our ventures here and our coverage of the Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. One thing I will say about our video is we are not the only ones who watch it. It is watched very closely, and it is sometimes not video that people on the course want people to see. And again, it's the raw emotion of the fierceness of competition and the game of golf, of how hard it is to the mental game. Now, the physical game of golf is sometimes the easy part. It's the mental side of it, of keeping yourself in check. And this is our final pairing here at 17 from the United Rentals Tower Cam. So Max Terrell from off the green. Yeah, actually, it would be just at the green. It's hard to tell there what he was in the cut, but he's on the inside cut of it. My question is, are these
This is his second putt.
birdie or par? Okay, so this is his second putt. And he's going to lose that one under the hole. So now Tyler Creevy, who has ditched the hat halfway through the round. Oh, another one for Terrell as that one lips out, and Max Terrell, again, going off of what we have, that might have made him miss the cut. He was at 9 over par, and I'm pretty certain he just gave 2 back there. He has not posted anything since the 15th. Here's Creevy down the hill, and it bends off to the right. and rolls under the hole. Creevy, I believe he's safe. And now Carson Nicholas. So if Terrell fell on the other side of the cut line, he's got some work to do at 18 to make the cut. A nice putt there by Carson Nicholas. So our last group headed to the 18th. Guy back there fishing out golf balls on the backside of the golf course over on 14. And Max Terrell with a lot of frustration, I would say, getting ready to unleash on this drive. All right, over to 18, Nathan Chapman from the bunker. This is the bunker that's on the front left. He's got a little bit to work with. It's a flat surface, so probably about right at the fringe and maybe just a couple of paces past it is what he wants to try to do, and then try to get this ball to stop quick. Didn't get it out quite all the way, and that's the result. Needed the fringe, not the rough, as that's going to leave him a sizable putt coming back up. Now from behind the green, a chip down the hill. Great touch on that one. He'll be able to touch that one in for his par. That was Cameron Sharp. Michael Vivione walking from behind there in I believe it's a pink-looking shirt. So look at the boys' leaderboard there. Talon Bean, 1 over today, 3 under for the tournament. Daniel He with a 7-stroke lead going into the final day tomorrow. Nathan Chapman. So close. Good run up the hill, but out at 17. Trying to fix a ball mark. That's some extensive repair work being out there at 17. Yeah, one of the things we get from the local high schools that come around is one of the things they do is they go back around the golf course. They help fill divots, replace ball marks on the greens. You know, they help out however, but that's one of the things that they do. And that's one of the things that helps keep this golf course in such pristine condition. Not to say that the golf course crew here doesn't do that. They do a phenomenal job. Mark Harper and his staff really go above and beyond to take care of everything out here. But when you've got somebody can go out and do the little things like that, fix ball marks, fix divots, I mean, it certainly makes things much easier. That one's going to slide past. So Vivione will give one back here at 18. So again, our coverage tomorrow, sometime we'll play it by ear when we get our official tee times, sometime between 10 and 10:15 in the morning. They'll put out the boys groups first, down to the final 4. Then we'll have all of the girls groups go out. Then the final 4 boys groups will go out. Cameron Sharp, finish up here at 18. Good putt at 18. So one group still coming up 18. Our last group of the day of Tyler Creevy, Max Terrell, and Carson Nicholas. And certainly some drama lingering in the balance of this group, as Terrell was at 9 over, coming off of 16. We're afraid that he double bogeyed 17, which would move him over the cut line, which sits at 10 over. So we believe Terrell is in need of a birdie to be able to stay around and play tomorrow. Creevy has not updated since the 12th. He was 3 over on the day, 8 over on the round. Beautiful look over top the golf course here at Bellefonte Country Club. Looking out, hole 17 there off to the left of the water, coming up 14 there to the right. And then right there in the center screen, that goes out to hole number 2. All right, from the fairway of, or off the fairway of 18. Approach shot that comes up short. That's our final group. That's Tyler Creevy over to the right-hand side, and then back in the fairway, this is Carson Nicholas. Gets the jump, the stop, and Nicholas with a birdie putt. He's had himself a decent round today. So Nicholas at 5 over, 4 over on the round. After shooting a 71 yesterday, he's in a tie for 18th. That first ball that's short, that was the ball of Max Terrell, who, and again, I'm going off of what I'm basing from the numbers I'm seeing. He's going to have to put this one in the bottom of the jar, or he may miss the cut. We believe he had a double bogey at the 17th hole on a ball that just lipped out. So now Terrell from the rough on the left corner of the green. Plenty of green to work with. This is a ball that I think you can be pretty aggressive with it on the run up to the green. See if he or Creevy is going to go first. Looks like Creevy's lining up his shot just short of the green as well. Creevy gets a little chip off of the fringe there, and it kind of made it skip. I think he kind of got the bad break of catching the edge of the fringe there and skipped that ball forward. All right, now Max Terrell. Got to roll, and he'll have that left for a par. That might be one too many. So now Carson Nicholas to try to get one back here. Nicholas had a tie for 18. Yesterday a par here. His back nine, 2 bogeys at 12 and 13. Had a double bogey at 9. Eagled 1 today. And then gave 1 back at number 2. For birdie at 18. Good look down the slope. Got to go. Just off the right side. So a tap-in par for Carson Nicholas to finish out his round. And he'll be around to play tomorrow. So Max Terrell replaces his marker, and first, Tyler Creevy for par. A little bit of a left to right breaker down the hill. Just leaves it out. Must have here for Terrell no matter what. And he gets that one to roll in. All right, Creevy to finish things out and close things out for us here on day number 2. So that'll wrap us up here on day number 2, moving day here in the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. We're going to have a dandy in the girls' championship pairings tomorrow. Athena Singh, Meadow-Tian, and Madison Koshko. All 3 have played together on Wednesday and Thursday. They're going to be 1, 2, 3 tomorrow in the final pairing for the ladies. And then our boys leader is Daniel He, and he has put a hurting on the field. He's at 10 under par. The closest player to him is Talon Bean at 3 under. Kiyu Wu is the only other player in red figures at 2 under par. And then Griffin Huckabee and Cam Phillips, last year's champion, at even par. Phillips a 68 2 under today. But Daniel He, 64-66, the only player with back-to-back red figure days here on the boys' side of things. So again, tomorrow they'll put the boys off. The final 4 groups will then wait. All of the girls' groups will go. Then once the final girls' group goes out, our final 4 boys' groups will go out. And we'll have all the coverage beginning at approximately 10:15 tomorrow morning. As, again, we want to be on the air as the leaders go out so we can bring you start-to-finish coverage of our lead groups tomorrow. And we will flood the course with coverage of those groups as they work through tomorrow's final day here of the tournament. A big hat tip to my entire crew today. Trey Collier and Jeff Irwin taking care of all the directing and production that you see on your screen. All the different camera angles, cuts, graphics, breaks, everything. They do all the stuff behind me and do a phenomenal job of it. Out on the course, Jacob Hankins, Cam Bryan, Felicia Collier, Rachel Irwin, and Katie Irwin. Philip Roark taking care of all your great camera shots that you see here on your screen. Great job by them as well. Big thanks to all the great folks here at Bellefonte Country Club as well as the staff with the AJGA. That's going to do it for day number 2. It's in the books. We'll crown a champion tomorrow. Can Daniel He go wire to wire on the boys' side? And on the girls' side, can Athena Singh capture her second AJGA at Bellefonte by unseating the 2-time defending champ of Meadow-Tian, who will be in the final grouping with her? Or will it be Madison Koshko who seizes the deal of playing in that final group with the 2 previous champions? All of that unfolds tomorrow here for Bellefonte Country Club. We'll begin our coverage at approximately 10 to 10:15 tomorrow morning. For everyone here at Cool TV, That's going to do it for our coverage. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning as we'll crown a champion for the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, here from Bellefonte Country Club on Cool TV.
Thank you for watching the 2025 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky. This broadcast of the 2025 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, has been an exclusive sports presentation of Cool TV.